All right, Barbara.
All right, Steve. Good morning,
Yes.
everybody. Welcome to the last day of the conference, National Virtual Village Gathering. We have an exciting lineup. Steve, I think you have a couple of housekeeping, then we'll get to our first speaker.
Yeah, as usual, I do. And let's see here. And I am okay. Hey, I got this little trick from one of your speakers there. So here's the deal, folks. First off, I'm the voice from behind the curtain, Steve Gurney, Positive Aging Sourcebook. We've had 2 great days, and one amazing thing about this conference has been all the chatting that you've been doing amongst yourselves. Okay, so the way that you chat is you see your little chat box over there. You can type in anything you want. Just make sure, I'm like a weather person. Over here, you can see you got to use that drop down menu that says everyone, so that everyone can see your message. So Ann Connor from the Village Common in Rhode Island is doing it right. Okay, so use that, and I'm gonna drop into the files there, the chat from yesterday and the previous 2 days, and then we'll make sure you get today's chat so that everybody can have access to that. I know there was a lot of requests for that. The second thing that you need to know is that our speakers love interacting. And here's the thing too, if you need to get in touch with me, Barbara, or Travis, it's best that you use that, where is it? That Q&A box that's at the bottom of your screen. Use that to communicate with us. It's easier for us to see Q&A than it is to see your message in chat. The other thing that you can do as we get to interactive portions today is you can raise your virtual hand and we'll bring you on audio, not necessarily video, but we'll bring you on audio so that you can ask your question. So that is all I have to share. And
Great.
Barbara,
Thank
I'm
you.
really psyched for the conference today, and I'm really excited to hear your first presenter.
Okay, terrific. Well, thank you, Steve, and you've been a great wizard behind the curtain. Welcome, everybody. I'm excited and pleased to introduce Tracy Gendron, who is an associate professor and chair of gerontology at VCU, Virginia Commonwealth University. And her research is focused on the language, expression, and perpetuation of ageism and aging anxiety, as well as elderhood and as a stage of development. Her personal and professional goal is to understand, raise awareness, and disrupt the deeply embedded, normalized, and invisible ageism that is within us all. So, Tracy, I'm gonna let you go.
Thank you. Thank you, Barbara, and good morning, everyone. I am so delighted to be here. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen and get us started. Okay, there we go. So, hello, good morning. I absolutely love seeing the chat with where you are all coming from and how many of you are in different states across the country. And how lovely that we get to spend this time together from the comfort and safety of our own homes. Very grateful for that. So my name is Tracy Gendron. I'm chair of the Department of Gerontology at VCU, and I am really, really passionate about ageism. It is a topic that I have explored for probably the past 15 years or so in a very deep and very meaningful way, and I'm delighted to be here to have the time to share some of my thoughts about it, some of my knowledge about it, a lot of my questions about it. I would really ideally love for this to be more of a dialogue, but since we have very limited time, I would really love it if you put responses and questions in the chat. If I can't get to them, if we don't have time, I would still just love to see them after. So I'm going to kick us off by asking you all a question, and that is really broadly, what is ageism? And I really want you to think about this for a second. What do you think ageism is? Have you had any experiences with ageism? If so, what are those experiences? I think for a lot of us, when we ask this broad question, what is ageism? What often comes to mind is thinking about maybe people that are discriminated against at work, right? So ageism is that older people have a more difficult time getting a job, maybe feel as if they are pushed out of getting a job. And that is in fact a form of ageism. But ageism is actually really, really complex, and it's multi-layered. And part of that is because it expresses itself in very different ways. Ageism can be within us, and in fact, it is within us all. It's about how we feel about ourselves as someone that is aging. Aging can be external to us. It can be how we feel about people that are differently aged from us, either older or younger. Ageism can be relational, meaning that it is the way that we communicate about aging and what it means to be an older person in conversations, in media, in dialogue. All of this is different forms of ageism. And because it's so broad and so complex and so multi-layered, it actually is really hard to identify. I like to call ageism the invisible force, that it's everywhere, but yet it's really hard for us to see it because it is so embedded and so normalized within our culture, within our everyday language, within the way that we see ourselves, and with really what we call is the singular story of aging, which we see as just decline. So ageism is really complex, and that's why it takes some time for us to really think about it critically and to really try to begin to pull it apart. So what I want you to do is really think about who you are. What are all of the different forms of your identity that create you, right? When we talk about ageism, we're talking about how we identify with our age, how we see the world and how the world responds to us based on whatever age we are. But we don't just come as just someone of a certain age. We are multifaceted people, and we have multiple forms of our identity. How we identify sexually, with class, with language, with culture, with orientation and identity and ability. And these things create kind of the intersection of who we are. So we can't just look at ageism without recognizing that all of the other pieces of ourselves are going to create a very unique and distinct experience for us in life. And that sometimes these multiple layers of discrimination or oppression kind of come together. And that's what intersectionality is, how they intersect in one place to create your unique experience. So even though I will be focusing on talking about ageism explicitly, it's really important to recognize that all of these other forms of identity that lead to other forms of discrimination and oppression are equally as important in the story about how ageism affects you. So kind of keep that in mind as we're talking. So I'd like us to start by really thinking about three questions. And I really do want you to take a moment to think about this. What do you think it means to be old? What does that word old mean to you? How do you feel about yourself as an aging person? Do you identify as someone that is aging? Do you think of aging as something that happens to you or that you are a part of? Is it active? Is it passive? Do you think of yourself in those ways? But how do you identify as an aging person? And then how do you talk about growing older? Do you talk about it as just becoming older, more passive? Or do you think of it as something that is a state of growth, a state of evolution, a process of becoming? So how do you think about old? How do you feel about yourself as an aging person? And how do you talk about growing older? Keep those kind of questions in the back of your mind. And then I'm going to give you a chance to reflect on them after we talk for a little bit. So we often hear that aging and the growing of the population of people that are older is a public health crisis, right? We kind of hear this catastrophic language all the time that, oh my gosh, there's going to be so many older people. How are we going to care for them? How are we going to finance this? And I'm here to tell you it is not aging that is a public health crisis. It is ageism that is the public health crisis. We have decades of research that show that negative attitudes about our own aging lead to poor health outcomes. Decades of research that show that people that have more anxiety about their own aging, that fear their own aging, that disassociate from their own aging are more likely to have an increased risk for chronic disease. They're more likely to have decreased autonomy. They're more likely to have perceived poor health, to take longer to recover from illness, and even potentially more likely to have the biomarkers for dementia and for Alzheimer's disease. So there's a lot of good reasons to think about, well, why does this matter to me? Well, it matters to our own health. Ageism matters to our own health. And if that's not enough, there was also research done that shows that there's a really, really hefty price tag that comes with negative attitudes about aging and explicit ageism. There was a study that was done out of Yale, and it found that ageism alone was calculated at a $63 billion annual expense. And the way that they did this was looking at the top reasons why people were hospitalized and why the reasons for mortality. And then looking at people's experiences feeling discriminated against in the healthcare system, negative attitudes of their own aging, believing that they had been stereotyped, and found that ageism came with a $63 billion price tag. And that is no small contribution. Most shockingly, and I love sharing this statistic because it is always a surprise to me that we've known this for 2 decades and yet more people don't know it. There was a study also done at Yale, and it found that people who had more positive views of their own aging, ready for this, lived 7.5 years longer than people that had negative views. And that was after accounting for age, for gender, for race, for socioeconomic status, for functional health, for loneliness. All of these things were accounted for. And even after that, just based on how we feel about ourselves as older people, there was a 7.5 year differential. That's a really, really long time to leave on the table because we carry around negative feelings about who we are as aging people, because we feel as if we're afraid to get old, as if we're not looking forward to what is ahead. So there's so many reasons why ageism matters, and the data really backs up that it's a real thing and it's really important. If that isn't enough for you, right, to be driven by these personal reasons, there's actually a really good business case for why ageism matters. So this is my own research. I looked at about 1,000 people that work with older adults. And what I found was that people who have higher levels of ageism, meaning like the aging anxiety piece about their own aging, were less likely to be happy in their jobs, and they were less likely to stay in their job. So not only does that create a recruitment and a retention problem, and we already have a recruitment and a retention problem for people working with older adults, that also translates to poor quality of care, right? We know people that are not happy in their jobs, not going to stay in their jobs, are less likely to provide good quality care to the older people that they are serving. So there's a real conundrum here that perhaps we're not asking the right questions when we hire people. How often do we ask people, do you like to work with older people? Do you like to be around older people? Do you have, what are your feelings about your own aging? So there's a recruitment problem there because we don't ask those questions. And then maybe an opportunity there, because when we onboard people for these jobs, do we talk about ageism? Do we talk about reflecting about how we feel about older people? Do we talk about reflecting about how we feel about ourselves as an aging person? So a lot of reasons why ageism matters for yourself, for your business. And then, of course, as I mentioned at the beginning, age discrimination in the workplace remains a significant and costly problem. This is not something that is going away. It's something that we have actually seen increased claims about people feeling as if they are marginalized at work, that they don't have a place of belonging at work. And this is such an incredible tragedy because we need the wisdom and the knowledge of people of all ages within the workplace. And we have an unprecedented opportunity, not only for people to work longer because people in general are living longer, but for that shared intergenerational knowledge to create beautiful workplaces where people can thrive. So AARP did a study a few years ago and found that nearly 1 in 4 workers over the age of 45 felt discriminated against at work. About 3 out of 5 workers found that they had been discriminated against and reported that as such, and that people who are older find much more difficult to find new employment, to get promoted, and this impacts both men and women. So it is a real problem, age discrimination, and we are finally starting to see a little bit more in terms of conversations about this at a policy level, people starting to pay attention to it. It is certainly worse in some areas than in others. The tech industry is well known to be youth-centric and youth-focused, and all of the issues that come with that. So it's a real problem at multiple levels. I was really fascinated when COVID hit in 2020 to kind of take a back seat and just see how things unfolded. And as an ageism expert and as someone who is really fascinated by how society views ageism, again, against both younger and older people, it really provided an incredible opportunity to witness this ugly underbelly of ageism. Ageism has always been there, but COVID really brought it into the spotlight in a way that had not been seen before. So as things were unfolding, I remember feeling shock and appall and being horrified at some of the ways that this was coming out. In the personal space at the very beginning of COVID, we saw a lot of talk about the disease not being important because it only affected older people, right? Why should I have to change my life and my habits and do things when this is only a disease that affects older people? That was pretty shocking. Politically, we saw it play out when people would say things like having the economy open is more important than older lives, and that older people should sacrifice themselves for the sake of the economy and for the sake of younger people. That was a huge eye-opener about how we devalue what it means to be older, how we see productivity as something that is for the young and not recognizing that when people don't work, they still contribute in many different ways to an equitable and just society. So we saw this play out in all these different ways. We saw it play out after when we were talking about triaging and prioritizing resources and who would get the vaccine first. All of these things really had threads of ageism throughout them. And then structurally, I was also fascinated because the other thing that really resonated and was very clear to me at the beginning and through the middle of the pandemic really was how we devalue not only older people, but the people that provide care for them. So the fact that people in care communities and long-term care and congregate living communities were not only the last to receive PPE, but they were the last to even be acknowledged as frontline workers that were important. We talked about, heroes working in hospitals, but completely ignored those that were actually risking their lives every day to support the people that they work with in congregate living, in long-term care. And it just made me realize that we have a systemic issue with ageism. It is not just about how we feel about older people. It trickles down to how we feel about the people that care for older people. And that's kind of a whole other conversation, but it goes to a living wage and it goes to, again, acknowledgement and respect. And it shows you how deeply, deeply threaded ageism is throughout policy, throughout our personal feelings about it, and how this played out. So I would really be remiss if I didn't bring up this concept of generations when I talked about ageism. And this was another thread that I noticed during COVID that played out in a very interesting kind of way. So we've all used this term generation, and we know that a generation broadly is supposed to recognize kind of a social group of people that were born at a given point in time. And because we feel that they were born in a given point in time, we have this understanding that they share some kind of consciousness, some kind of behaviors that are the same because they were born and raised and experienced historical periods during a similar time. This concept of generations is actually relatively new. Generations in the past used to refer to familial generations, right? So how we have our ancestry and how we kind of, left our legacy behind generation to generation. But then in the 20th century, we started to use this term generation in a different kind of way to talk about these social groups, and started to create these terms for these social groups like baby boomers and millennials and Gen X and Gen Y. And I have a real problem with that, and I will tell you why. So generations and the way that we stereotype generations are a direct path to ageism. And it doesn't even really make sense when you think about it. So let's take the baby boomers, for example. Baby boomers were born from 1946 to 1964. So, and we know also that's just an arbitrary designation, right? Someone decided to call them baby boomers. Somebody decided to put those specific years around it. So a baby boomer that was born in 1946, they were a teenager in their early 20s in the 1960s. Okay, the 1960s had a very distinct historical flavor, very distinct time, right? We're talking about Vietnam and the hippie culture, and assassinations and civil rights movements, and LGBT movements, and all kinds of things that were happening within that time. Those historical events affected people who were in their teens and 20s at that time in different and distinctive ways, okay? But that's kind of where they grew up. You have another baby boomer who was born in 1964. That means they were in their teens and 20s in the 1980s. The 1980s was a very different culture, rise of technology, the Cold War, different kinds of pop culture references and pop culture experiences. So their really formative years and the ways that they were shaped by those historical events were completely different than someone who was baby boomer A, who was born in 1946. And yet we lump these people into one group as if they have all of these things in common, and as if we can predict their behavior, if we can predict their likes and dislikes. And we do this with every generation. Millennials are going to, ruin the real estate economy because they're not buying houses. Millennials, again, are a group of millions of people that are in a 20-year lifespan. They also have different experiences, not only depending on their historical events, but going back to that concept of intersectionality, depending on their other forms of identity, how they experience the world and how the world experiences them. So what we've done with this concept of generations is we've created another way to label and stereotype people instead of looking at the unique person that is in front of us. And we have put these really broad labels on it, like boomers are irrelevant, they can't adapt well, they are a drain on resources, millennials are narcissistic, they're lazy, they're entitled. It is one more way to lead us towards discrimination, and one giant leap away from getting us to see the unique person in front of us. So I really think that in order to fully understand and address ageism, we need to fully understand generational stereotyping and how we have created that concept as well. So another piece of ageism that I think often goes unnoticed and under-recognized is what I call relational ageism. Relational ageism is this concept that my colleagues and I came up with. And basically what we were trying to understand is how ageism is communicated from person to person. So what happens is, because we live in a culture where we are constantly exposed to all different kinds of stimulus around us, right? And these magazines are a great example. What does the media tell us? What do we see when we drive past billboards? What do we read in magazines? What do we see on TV shows? Those are all of the things that I call the dominant cultural narrative. And that informs our understanding of the world. That helps us kind of figure out what society values and what they don't value. And it has been really clear for a very long time that society values youth. And these are just some really quick examples of magazine covers that we pulled that say, you know, look your youngest, feel younger, anti-aging, which drives me absolutely crazy because I don't know what anti-aging actually means. But these are the things that inform how we understand what it means to age and what it means to be an older person. So what happens is that kind of comes into our consciousness and we absorb that without even really thinking about it. And then in conversation with each other, we will kind of pass that knowledge back and forth. So for example, let's say I run into someone who I haven't seen for 20 years and I say, hey, Jim, it's so good to see you. You haven't aged a bit since I saw you last. And they go, well, thanks. That makes me feel great. Right there, we have actually perpetuated ageism in a relational way. And it might seem innocuous saying, hey, you haven't aged a bit, but the underlying message is that's taken as a compliment that we don't want to age, or that looking as if we have aged is not something that is desirable. Little conversations like that happen every single day, multiple times a day. And that's the relational cycle that keeps ageism going at that personal level, that keeps us perpetuating this idea that we don't want to be old. We don't want to associate with old. Old should be other, not something that we are. So the reason that all of this matters is because what affects every one of us affects all of us. It matters because it's part of your health. It matters because it's bad for your health. It matters because it's bad for business. It matters because it's a social justice and civil rights issue. It matters if we want to create a society based on equitable opportunities for people of all ages. And it also matters because ageism is not about older people. Ageism is about all people. One of the things that I like to ask a group of people when I start talking about ageism is saying, okay, who in this room is not aging? Raise your hand. And of course, people look at me and everybody laughs and, you know, but that's just it. There's no such thing as a non-aging person. And that's why ageism matters. It actually matters throughout our entire lifespan for all of us. Age is one of those markers that changes over time, right? If you go back to that idea of intersectionality, there are some pieces of our identity that don't change. We are who we are. Age is not one of those. Ability is probably not one of those either, right? That means that we are constantly having to like reinvent how we respond to the world and how the world responds to us. I interact with the world differently at 50 than I did at 40, than I did at 30, and then I will at 80. So it's one of those things that we're constantly readjusting. That means ageism is relevant across the board for people of all ages. So I want to give you the opportunity to have some examples so I can show you some specific examples of how ageism kind of manifests at all of these different levels of society, the cultural level, the institutional. I gave you an example of that social space and the personal. And I think it's important that we understand these and begin to recognize them as we're going through our own journey of exploring how we personally feel about ourselves as aging people and how we probably have been ageist and experienced ageism throughout our lives. So an example of internalized ageism would be things like, there's still so much to learn even at my age, or I'm not old, I'm just more mature. With there's still so much to learn even at my age, again, it might seem innocuous, but those little words, still and even, actually pack quite a big punch. Still and even are basically saying it's unusual to expect that there's learning to happen at my age, even at my age. I wouldn't have expected this. This is outside of the norm. This is not something that I think other people would think is expected. So it kind of is setting the stage for people to say, I might not experience that when I'm old, or older people in general might not expect to experience that. Those little words make a difference. I'm not old, I'm just more mature is one of my biggest pet peeves. And I call that word mature a Band-Aid word. any word that we're saying that really just covers up the stigma of being old is contributing towards ageism and the larger picture and culture of ageism. Experienced, vintage, mature, senior, whatever it may be, if we're using it to say, I don't want to identify as an old person, then we are still saying old is not desirable and not something that I want to be. And this is really common language. This is something that we hear all the time, and that I'm sure every single one of us has said at some point. I look forward to the day that we can take that word old back and say with pride, I am old. I am 51 years old. You can say how old you are and feel pride, not that I'm older, but that it's okay to be old. Age shaming is another form of ageism that I have seen. And this is also kind of coming from the personal space. So maybe saying to someone, you're too young to know what I'm talking about, or you're too young to understand what I'm saying. That's a form of shame. That's kind of dismissing somebody just because of their age without even really giving them the opportunity to tell you whether they would understand it or not. My spouse will be upset for saying that they're 65 years old on national television. Now we see that quite a bit. And actually that quote was taken from the 2015 White House Conference on Aging. So even within my own discipline, I can see where these things kind of express themselves. That person who was speaking on behalf of their spouse was really feeling that would be shameful to say how old we are. And that the person that they were exposing, so to speak, would also feel a sense of distrust that someone did that. So why is it that we feel so much shame about being older and saying how old we are? It's another form of ageism. We just had a retreat, a leadership retreat for my institution here. And one of the activities that they had us do, which was really fascinating, was without talking to each other, we needed to line up by age. And of course, we figured that out and it was just fine. But then the facilitator had us go through the line and everybody say their age. And I was watching, of course. And what I noticed was as we got higher and higher, there were more and more jokes. There were more and more people that were uncomfortable. That were more people that, didn't want to say it. And that was really interesting. That was really indicative to me. We have no problem saying, yeah, I'm 38 years old. But when it came to saying I'm 50 or I'm 60 or I'm 70, people felt judged and people felt shame around that. And that's what ageism has done and continues to do. Other examples in the social space, you don't look old to be professional. Again, this is about any discrimination based on any kind of age, or just telling someone, oh, you look great. You don't look old. Again, we don't want to identify as old and we take it as a compliment when people tell us otherwise. At a cultural level, we have a lot of crisis language and a lot of catastrophe language around aging. So the crisis of the aging population, as I started with, the anti-aging industry, I alluded to that earlier. That is a $1 billion thriving industry that shames us into saying looking old is not attractive. It has products, it has supplements, it has cosmetics, it has hair dye, it has all kinds of things that are telling us that in order to be successful and to be viewed as successful, that we need to maintain a youthful appearance and a youthful attitude. Now, I'll have a caveat here. I have no problem with anybody wanting to dye their hair or wanting to use makeup or whatever they want to do to make them feel attractive and to make them feel beautiful. Where I have an issue is people doing it because they feel shamed, because marketing is telling us that that's a way that we can define success. When I feel as if we should all have the opportunity to define success for ourselves and not be driven by shame. We would never have an anti-man or anti-woman or anti-white or anti-Black industry. People would look at that and think, how could that be? That is not right, that is unjust, but we have a thriving anti-aging industry. So just think about that. Another example is how we demonize millennials. We demonize millennials the same way that we demonize baby boomers, where they ruin everything. Everything is their fault. The economy suffers because of it. And again, it's these big groups of people. In fact, that whole "okay boomer" meme, I'm sure you're all familiar with that, came about because millennials were also very tired of feeling as if they were being blamed for things. So it creates that vicious cycle where we just kind of keep blaming each other in an ageist kind of way instead of looking at the underlying issues. So as I was thinking about how to really talk about ageism to people and how to really express how deeply embedded this is and how deeply embedded it has been for so long, my husband and I decided that we were going to go to this shop that's local to here that specializes in ephemera. So they have magazines and postcards and posters and newspapers all the way back. And we were digging through stacks of stuff so that we could see how far back could we find something that showed age-based bias, like on a magazine cover. And we found some things from the 1930s that were more medically based, but we found this particular Ladies' Home Journal from 1959, where right there on the cover, it said how to look and feel 20 years younger. And we were like, yep, that's it. And so you wonder why older people can have so much internalized ageism. And part of the reason is because they have been exposed to this. We have all been exposed to this for a really long time. This has been normalized and within our culture, within our media for decades and decades. So after I noticed that it said how to look and feel 20 years younger, I noticed something else. So if you go back and you look at this again, notice this other little banner that's on here that sells help for unresponsive wives. And yeah, when I saw that, I was pretty intrigued. And I'm like, what on earth could that be about? And it is exactly what you think it is. It is a whole article in 1959 that talks about both internal and external quality defects. Yes, ladies, it said defects that women have that may make their husbands or the men in their life not want to be in a good relationship with them. And it was things like, do you exaggerate or tell untruths? Do you swear or use coarse language? Do you play one man against each other? You can see how all of these things played out. And yes, I was absolutely appalled when I saw this and said, wow, we would never see this today. But you know what? That actually gave me a lot of hope. It gave me a lot of hope because we have come a long way since 1959. We have come a long way since we've had a journal, a Ladies' Home Journal, that talks about women in those kinds of roles in that kind of way. And you know what that means? That means we can change the story about aging. That means in 20 years from now, or 40 years, or 50 years, I hope it's sooner than that, we'll look back at a magazine from today and say, how could they have used anti-aging? How could they have said, look and feel 20 years younger? If we can change that, then we can change this. And that made me feel very empowered. And that's one of the things that drives me to want to continue to have this conversation with people, because change happens one person at a time. So I'm ashamed to say this next thing, but it took me a really long time of looking at this magazine cover to notice one other thing. After looking at it, finally one day I said, you know, it's really interesting that the man who is clearly the infant's father is portrayed in a really sexist kind of way, like kind of the caretaker that doesn't know what they're doing. And if you notice on the top, there's even a little Post-it note that explains how to bathe baby. And that got me thinking about how ageism plays out in different ways based on different identities. So going back to that concept of intersectionality, Ageism plays out differently based on masculinity, based on femininity, and then of course with the intersection of racism. And I think it's important that we acknowledge those intersections. So in terms of ageism and masculinity, we have issues related to how men are perceived as providers and what ageism, how that might affect people as they retire, as they move into elderhood, as those roles change. We've always had this kind of notion with men and caregiving, where I think men can very much be natural caregivers, but and very often are. But this idea of toxic masculinity that has seeped in, that kind of gives us pictures that men are not supposed to be natural caregivers. Certainly the anti-aging industry capitalizes on virility. You see more advertisements for low testosterone and for erectile dysfunction and for whatnot. That is a form of ageism, because that is also trying to shame men into thinking that being an older man means that you are sexually active, means that you are, still providing in that way. So it's a different kind of door that they walk through, but it's still predatory. With femininity, we see it play out in different ways. I like to think that the intersection of femininity and ageism means that women are hypervisible and invisible all at the same time. So for many women, hypervisibility means that shame that we feel about our appearance, about our gray hair, about our wrinkles, about our bodies. Invisible meaning older adults, older women often feel as if they're not really looked at. They're often passed up for job opportunities. So there's some very unique and distinct intersections that take place there that create different barriers for people. And then when it comes to racism, I think we always need to think about how cumulative disadvantage creates longevity inequity. So if we go back and we think about structural racism and other forms of discrimination and oppression, and how it has created barriers and opportunities for people, how it has created communities that are in food deserts, how it has created lack of access to healthcare and to transportation, and how that impacts our aging, how well we age, the opportunities that we have for aging. It affects, employment in all of life as well as later life. We need to think about the layers of these pieces, and again, how it comes together to create a unique story for each person. So I've put a lot on you, and I only have a couple more minutes here. So what do you do about this? Well, right now, what I want you to do is kind of remind yourself of why this is important to you. Is it because of your health? Is it because of social justice? Is it because of business? Is it all of those reasons? And then listen, start to think about what people say, what you say, and just keep working on learning. And then you'll be able to disrupt. And disruption is uncomfortable. And that's why I use disrupt. It means that in order to grow out of ourselves, we first have to examine the things that we're doing that maybe we want to change. We have to think about ways that we can be brave in brave spaces. So go back to thinking about these questions that I asked you in the beginning and see if maybe you think about them just a little bit differently now. Maybe you have some new questions to ask yourself. Maybe you have some things that you've identified that you want to change. Maybe there's things you're doing really well that you want to keep doing. It's a good opportunity to reflect and to kind of figure out where to go next. And then really quickly, start to think about saying what you mean rather than what is easily understood. Instead of saying, I feel so old, maybe what you're trying to say is, I either feel time passed, right? That sense of time has passed really quickly, or to say, I don't feel well, I feel exhausted. Instead of saying young spirit, we don't really mean young, we mean energized, we mean engaged, we mean lively. Really think about how we use those words, young and old. And if we're using them with judgment, maybe thinking about if that's actually what we mean, or if we want to say something or say it a little bit differently. And then you can start to also think about how you respond to people. If I were to say to you, you haven't aged a bit, how might you want to respond back to me? What might you want to say? Maybe, I disagree with you. I've learned a tremendous amount over my life and I'm proud of it. Those are kind of the ways that we can disrupt that relational process. And then finally, instead of thinking about aging as a process of decline, to realize that aging is a multi-dimensional, multi-directional process that is about growth, it is about loss, it is about adaptation, and it is not just within our bodies, it is within our social role, it is within our spirit, it is within our psychology and our emotions. We are evolving beings, and we are growing always throughout our life. Aging is not decline. Aging is about living, and living is about growing. So I will wrap it up with that. I think I got it in just at the right moment. And I thank you so much. I know this is a lot of information. I look forward to reading the chat later, and I'm just so very grateful that you had me here today.
You have no idea. That chat is exploding. So I'm going to send it. I'm going to send it directly to you. Chris,
Okay.
if you don't mind, would you put, we don't have time to do questions, but if you wouldn't mind putting your email in there,
I would
I'm sure.
love to.
And I'm telling you, what a great presentation. And we thank you so much for joining us. A lot to think about. I personally reflect on just the culture of my family and the interactive and intergenerational relationship I have with my parents and my grandparents. So, and I wish everybody would have that. My children love that. So, and they're the millennials, you know, those dreaded millennials. But thank you, thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Anytime.
Okay, Barbara. And
so-
I am bringing our, so for folks on the next panel, Stronger Together, I've been prompting you all to the stage, and I got Morgan.
Morgan, why don't you come on up and mute
Laura,
and
let me get Denise Snyder and Bruce Brennan. If you are in the audience, could you please raise your hand? I don't. Or is Bruce on?
well, Morgan, why don't you start? We'll try to get Bruce over, okay?
Yeah, get things going here, and
Okay,
then,
and if
He's not
Bruce
on. He's not
is
on.
Laura on? Laura Newland?
Laura Newland, yeah, I prompted her to come to the stage. Laura, if you just click on the button there, looks like she just came over.
You just came on.
All right, great.
All right, it's
All
all
right,
yours.
so if Bruce doesn't show up in time, we'll just switch the order.
Okay.
Okay, great.
All right.
Steve, this is Denise.
I'm
I'm
just-
getting a message that you've stopped my video.
Okay, thank you. I apologize. And let me make
You have it,
sure
I have it,
Laura, and I got Laura there.
You got it. Okay, great.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you,
So
Morgan.
let's launch in because we want to be sure to leave time for questions. I know there are going to be a lot of questions from people. So I'm just going to start. We'll see where we go. So I'll share my screen and start the slideshow. All right. Is that okay? You can see that?
Yep, got it.
All right, so I am Morgan Gopnik. I joined Northwest Neighbors Village in DC as a volunteer when I retired 6 or 7 years ago, and I'm currently president of the board. And one of my top goals has been to foster stronger coordination among all the DC villages, which is why I put together this panel today. And we can share some of our results, good and our challenges with you. So just to set the stage, on the left, you can see a map of the greater DC area. If you're familiar at all with it, on the far left, you can see Dulles Airport, where you come in, Alexandria down at the bottom there. And we're right in the middle. The District of Columbia itself, soon to be the 51st state, we all hope. And right now there are 13 villages in DC. They're shown on that map there, ranging from one of the oldest villages in the nation with annual revenue of about $1 million, 8 staff members, really big, solid, established village, to a very small all volunteer village that's just in the earliest stages of development and everything in between. But you can also see on that map that there are still large areas of the city where older residents do not have access to village style support. So we're going to hear from 3 people today, and the order may change because we don't seem to have Bruce on yet, but Bruce Brennan joined the Capitol Hill Village Board in 2018 and currently serves as its president. He is a retired attorney, and he's going to talk about just broadly what's going on with this collaboration, a little bit of the history of it and what's happening now. Then we're going to hear from Laura Newland, who's the director of the DC Department of Aging and Community Living. She graduated from Georgetown University Law School, worked as AARP's legal counsel for the elderly, and will tell us how she came to support the village concept and why our collaboration makes us more attractive as grantees. And then we're going to hear from Denise Snyder, who's the executive director of the Foggy Bottom West End Village in DC. And she manages this shared grant that we have from the DC government. Denise has 40 years experience running nonprofits in the Washington area, and she's going to tell us about the sort of day-to-day function of the collaboration and how that has worked through the executive directors. So I was hoping to start with Bruce, so he's not here. So we're going to go right to Laura.
Okay.
Which is too bad because then we don't have the background on this whole collaboration, but it is what it is. So go for it, Laura.
Okay, well, part of this is some background of how DC came to support villages financially. And so I think we'll do okay. And I know Denise will help out too if I miss anything. I became director towards the end of 2015. And that was around the time, I think, where we had a lot of advocacy from the village, from all the villages in DC. And one of the, I think, when we think about what the keys to success really were in DC for getting funding, we have so many villages here in DC, and they all got together and really aligned themselves together. So next slide, Morgan. And I was listening to the end of the last panelist, and it was really interesting that she ended with saying aging is living. That is really DACL's original tagline. And I actually think that that concept is something that the villages promote and talk about really clearly and well. And that is also one of the reasons why they were successful. Honestly, in the beginning, I thought that the advocacy around villages was like kind of annoying. I was a relatively new director. We had a lot of budget pressures. There were a lot of things going on. And from my perspective, the villages were asking for support that I paid a lot of other people to do. And I was like, there's all this duplication, like it's fine, like we're okay. And so they came to the agency, and it was interesting. They had buy-in from key members of my staff, and so that was also important because my staff kept bringing it up in conversations with me. But they also went to the mayor and the mayor's team. They went to the deputy mayor for health and human services. We have a big age-friendly DC plan. They went to the age-friendly coordinator. And at the same time, they also went to council. And so villages really went all around, and they went to ANC meetings, which is the hyper local kind of political sessions in DC. So they really leveraged their knowledge of DC politics and relationships with, making sure that everybody knew what the ask was and the importance of the ask. And it was just a really simple, I think sometimes advocates are challenged with simplifying an ask that people can remember. And because there's so much complexity in advocacy sometimes, but this was really about villages coming together and saying, look, DC does pay a lot of nonprofits to provide support to seniors. Villages do it for free. And we could actually do more of that for free to our seniors with a little admin support. So they had already looked at my budget, and so the funding ask was really relatively small compared to the total budget. And so it was something that was manageable for the mayor's team and the council if they wanted to support it, to find the funds to support it through our budget reconciliation process. So the reason why I was resistant to it was, in addition to kind of me thinking we already did this kind of stuff, was because I think that there's a real danger with nonprofits that once you start getting government funding, you don't always understand the impact that government funding can have on your entire mission of organizations. And so, that was something for me that I thought, here's this entirely volunteer run operation, and then they're asking for government funding. Eventually, they're just going to turn it into one of my big providers, and it'll be the same issues that I'm currently having. So next slide. They were successful. They were successful in spite of myself, in spite of my resistance. And once they became successful in getting those funds, the first year we did a competition, which is kind of the way that we would treat any new funds, is to compete it. There were so many villages, and I was like, I don't know how to distribute this money. And so let's just compete it and have everyone apply for it and see what happens. It turns out the villages didn't really love that model. And so the advocacy that they did continued. So they got the money, which was great, but they continued reaching out and saying, hey, look, I don't think this is working. And, we're not really happy with the way that you distributed the funds. And we don't think that was the intent originally. And I was kind of like, okay. So throughout the year, we had been having this conversation and thinking about it. And finally I was like, okay, what is it that you want then? Right. And we were able to come to an agreement that made it easier administratively on the department and for the villages. And I think that was really important, is the idea that there can be some compromises that are win-wins really for everybody. And so, the communication, I think, is so important throughout. And because you're grassroots, I think you do have to very much balance what you want to advocate for from a grassroots perspective that might not necessarily align with what a district agency would want or support. And then, the question of how to allocate funds across many different organizations, I think is really challenging the more organizations you get. And one of the nice things about DC is that there just has been a lot of agreement on how to allocate funds and the activities that people want to fund. I think what's been most impressive to me, especially over this past year and a half, is their ability to villages' ability to try new things and to shift in real time. And to me, that's a message that all states and cities should really be thinking about. Traditionally, as state units on aging, we work with big nonprofits on scale, right? So we're talking about large dollar grants and core services that we're funding out. And we found during the pandemic that it's very hard to shift those models when you need to. The organizations that shifted the most quickly and the most successfully, we found, were the villages. And so the challenges, I think, the continuing challenges we really have are mainly related to how do we tell the story better? How do villages tell their story in a more unified way, right? Because every village is different. And then also, where's the data to prove what works, right? So I think villages have a tendency to be pretty great on the qualitative side. There are great stories, not so great on the quantitative side. And I think that quantitative piece actually is really critical because we're talking about how many people are we actually serving? How many low income members do we have? How effective is our outreach? How effective are our volunteer support programs, right? So those are the kinds of things that I think we still need to continue working on together. But I would say our collaboration has been way more successful than I imagined, certainly in 2015. And it's been so successful that in this past budget cycle, the mayor allocated, well, the budget kind of grew over the years. So now I think we're at $300,000 base, but in this fiscal year, the mayor added an additional $500,000 to the village grant to expand some of the topics and programming that villages are engaged in. So, and that was largely due to how successful they were in response to COVID. So that's it for me. I'm happy to pass it back to you, Morgan.
And we got Bruce.
Howdy, sorry, my apologies. I saw 12:45.
There we go. Sorry. Okay, I'm going to go back then to Bruce's slides. Figure out how to do that. Here we go. Bruce, you're on.
I do apologize for whatever confusion there may have been, but I won't spend more time than that on it. I'm glad for those of you who have joined us. I'm just finishing my term as president of the DC Villages, which I believe was the second villages to get going. I start out by saying I think collaboration is built into the village model within the village itself. It's born out of an understanding of the need to collaborate, and the village network itself has shown us the value of that collaboration. Attending yesterday's seminars, I was reminded of the importance of thanking our major partners publicly. That was in the fundraising end of things, and I'm glad to publicly thank the DC Department of Aging and Community Living, as well as our local businesses that have been good sponsors. So that is the communication, cooperation, and collaboration that the seminars already brought me. As you see from my first slide, I think one builds towards collaboration with other villages. We begin by communicating with each other about what we've been up to, what we need, cooperating once we see what we need. And that begins to build the trust that is important for a successful collaboration. And other elements, I think, that are important for a successful collaboration is making sure that you've got common goals that are clear and understood by all, and that there's a consensus about what the objectives will be, those goals will be. We have found in some of our work that when there isn't that consensus, you can still go forward with those that are in agreement about those goals, but you need to really be sure that's what you've got. Otherwise the trust isn't there too, and that's important to this, as well as accountability, making sure you know who's in charge of keeping track of who's doing what, and that those who are taking on tasks are filling them. The other thing I think it's important that you ask is, why are we collaborating? Are we adding strength in numbers? Often very important. Look how many of us there are nationwide. Look how many of us there are citywide. Or are we adding strength in skills that the different members in different villages may have? Bruce, yes, you should, says the chat. I'm sorry if I'm unstable. You can be sharing skills. I'll continue on with the next slide, which tells us about some of our early efforts. Of course, looking for money together is a great way to collaborate. Our outreach was to the government in the first place, the mayor and the city council. And again, you had that building up of initially communication, letting them know who we are, what we are, cooperation, serving on some of the city panels so that people began to feel our presence a little bit more, and that leading to some collaboration, some funding, and as Laura said, a very nice growth in funding as the communication and cooperation go on. Another early collaboration was in sharing the services of a social worker. 10 villages saw that it would be helpful, especially as their care services got up and going, but funding wasn't sufficient, with a primarily then dues-based funding to have someone on staff for each village. So they shared a social worker. That has grown. The collaboration continues for some villages in sharing a social worker who spends divides time between the needs of the villages. Our village has decided that we had enough work, and as funding could support having at first single social worker, and now we have 2 people manning the care services at end of the social work. Some other villages had enough need. They are no longer sharing with 10, but 2 or 3 villages together are sharing. So the collaboration continues, and it grew to meet the needs and the understood goals of those that are participating. Our first big grant success was in collaboration was one that was intentionally loosely worded. Yeah, I understand there was the grant writing session spoke about articulating the goals. In fact, collaboration was one of the goals, stated goals of this otherwise rather loosely stated transportation-based grant, where the objective ultimately was to make sure that our members, seniors, understood more about the transportation options open to them in getting to especially medical appointments, but otherwise getting around so that to fight isolation as well as medical issues. But part of the collaboration is that since the DC village, the Capitol Hill village had worked on these issues so far, we became a trainer to other villages, and then they could implement the program, which is what the funder's objective was. We could be the trainer, and another village was the grant administrator and took additional funding for those administrative tasks and contract upkeep sort of tasks. And that again became a good collaboration among the villages in those respects. And actually parts of that are still ongoing. Next slide.
Oops.
I think you're going backwards.
Sorry, yeah, it's not responding here. There we go.
If you could go backwards enough so that I would arrive in time, that would be good.
You got it?
Yes, recent efforts, and so I will make lemonade out of lemons and say it's so good. Laura already spoke about the importance of data collection and having a common sense of data. I will say that one of our first efforts, however, really was sharing data and data collecting efforts through folks about what our members wanted. We've done membership surveys through a common consultancy, and so that we get the results of what our members at the Capitol Hill Village want. But other DC villages also have used that same survey tool, worked with the same consultants, and we can therefore better understand what our members are thinking about services provided, what will happen after the pandemic, what the best efforts during the pandemic will be. And we each get an assessment there of where we need some work and where our successes have been, but then we can also collaborate afterwards to again see what's worked, where people have had successes different than the majority of the group, or had weaknesses that the rest of the group can help on. So that is a performance that's a collaboration in the membership survey and membership support that has been helpful, ongoing. And then also, as Laura was talking about, we really need to look at impact, services provided, impact measurements for those services. And the collaboration now is as much in how we can uniformly capture those as so that we have something, we are comparing apples to apples, and then making sure that the funders, for those who are using that data, we're capturing it in a way that is useful to them. Diversity, equity, and inclusion was on our radar before it became on everyone's front screen, to try and work with that metaphor. And yet now it has become even more important, and we are looking at it both inward, how are our own operations going, where is it that we, and each recognizing that each village is different, and so that inward looking has to follow some of the same stops along the way, but the answers are going to be a little bit different about each village. But then outward looking, how can we reach other communities? How do we present ourselves to the rest of the world? The collaboration can be in finding someone to do some of that inward looking and review, but also I'm hoping in looking for funding to do that inward looking view, and to see that there will be some strength in the numbers if you can get to the villages, just as Laura has found the value to her agency. If we can show that using the villages, getting the villages as a conduit and set up to look at their own diversity, equity, and inclusion issues and solve them, we will be a good funding opportunity. I am trying to read the chat. Tell me something if there's something I've missed. I will.
Well, no. Just we need to wrap up so we leave room for Q&A. So tell us FDR's warning. I haven't heard that before.
The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. His inaugural address. There, and my challenges there are the loss of control and the loss of the village identity. But in fact, the benefits, each time you look at a collaboration, you will have to weigh those fears and weigh the benefits. But I wouldn't let them stop you from going forward with good collaboration. Within DC, we have found that we are worrying about our identity, but we're maintaining it. But I'll finish with that. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself. Collaborate when you can.
Thank you very much, Bruce. Okay, Denise, I'm going to get to your slides. And just reiterate that fear of loss of control was very much there, and I still haven't quite figured out how to make it go away or how to deal with it. Denise, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm Denise Snyder, and as Executive Director of the Foggy Bottom West End Village, we have had the honor and challenge of managing the grant from DACL for the past several years. Can you go to the next slide? I want to start, first of all, although I've seen many of my colleagues from the other DC villages already type into the chat their appreciation for Laura Newland and her whole team. The reason this collaboration with the city has worked is because Laura was open and continues to be open to changing the norm of how she operates with her other grantees to accommodate the ways in which villages are different from other kinds of nonprofits. And I can't, on behalf of all of my colleagues, overstate how grateful we are for that flexibility. Just a little bit about specifics and logistics in terms of how the village collaboration works, which goes much beyond just our contract, our grant with DACL. The village executive directors have been meeting on a monthly basis for quite a number of years. We do it fairly informally. There's no identified leadership per se. We rotate each month with a different village executive director taking the responsibility to chair and organize that month's event. There are 13 villages altogether, and of those 3 are completely volunteer operated villages. Of the remaining ones, 1 has very minimal paid coverage, and 1, Capitol Hill Village, is one of the largest in the country. Most of the villages have 1 to 2 staff people. We operate, what I put down was pseudo consensus because it's not an actual consensus structure, but is the 2.5 years that I've been involved, I don't think we've ever had a vote per se. We tend to come to an agreement about issues that will affect all of us. All right, can we go to the, also just mention that in our monthly meetings, we sometimes have outside speakers come in and present information that would be of interest to all of the villages, and anybody can put something on the agenda. Next slide, please. The key to the collaboration working amongst the 13 of us is the level of trust that we have between us. Of the 10 staffed villages, 5 have very long-term executive directors. 5 have turned over within the last 3 years, but even their predecessors, for the most part, had been here for quite a while before. When a new village opens up, when a new executive director comes into a village, there is so much support and encouragement and sharing that happens to nurture that person along to where they want to be, or to nurture that village into greater independence. Anytime anyone asks, can I see your bylaws? Does anybody have a personnel manual? Whatever kind of documentation we have across the board, people have been very willing to share that, which enables all of us to minimize reinventing wheels. Although, as I said, we don't have any formal leadership per se. In fact, there are informal leaders that come to the forefront because they're better able to either find the time or to prioritize doing things for the village-wide community. One of the great things about this additional funding that we're getting for fiscal year 22 from DACL is that we'll finally be able to hire some staff to help carry out some of these projects. Next slide. There we go. So talking about the problems of the collaboration, if I just say think about organizing 13 very busy cats. And you'll have an idea of what it's like working with this collaboration. All of us are very busy running our own villages, and it is often difficult to find the time to prioritize joint programs over whatever it is that's pressing on me because of my village needs and priorities. We have been able to do some things, again, because of informal leaders in the group sort of stepping up. You know, we did a very successful citywide event this past year, sort of highlighting villages and what they've been able to do. We have started the data project that Bruce referred to, working towards Laura's descriptive need for more actual data. We've spent a lot of time figuring out how to best capture that and how to best present it. It's not only because DACL would find that helpful, but also because we all as individual villages and as a collaborative can then seek other funding. You know, if we're able to demonstrate, for example, how being part of a village helps reduce somebody's likelihood of re-entering a hospital within 6 weeks after being discharged, you know, that kind of information is going to be so valuable in seeking other kinds of funding. And with the increase that we're getting from DACL, we're going to be able to have paid staff that will help us achieve those goals. So next slide, please.
Oh.
There we go. So the process of this new grant, last year, our original grant was for $23,500 for each individual village. We basically divided up, and we had done that for several years, just divided the grant evenly. 6% of the total was set aside for staff time for managing the grant. As Laura mentioned, it's so much easier for DACL to have us, Foggy Bottom West End Village, be their conduit to all 13 villages. So we manage the grant, and DACL only has to deal with us, and we deal with with all 13 of the villages. And in exchange for that, we get some funding to help cover staff time that we're using to manage that. For fiscal year 22, when Laura came to me and said, we'd like to add $500,000 to our grant, which at that point was roughly $325,000. So they were well more than doubling the grant size. I have to say both myself and all of the other village EDs were kind of speechless for a bit. And I think that our ability both to communicate to DACL what we were doing, and especially throughout the pandemic, sort of the ways that we were able to pivot on a dime to continue to provide valuable services while keeping everybody as healthy as possible, I think made a big difference. I have to say, you know, there have been many issues along the line where Laura and her team's ability to recognize that we don't function like other nonprofits has been key. One example of that is that DACL has a database that all of their grantees feed information into about their individual clients. Villages cannot do that. We have such a commitment of privacy to our members, and we were able to work something out with Laura, so we're able to give them some statistics, but they don't capture that personal information about the individuals we're serving. There are lots of other examples of ways in which we've been able to work with Laura to sort of get what we need while helping her get some of what she needs. When the new grant award came up, what was clear was the first thing we did was a couple of us sat down and the first question in our mind was, what are DACL's priorities? We knew that with all of this additional money, we would need to have outcomes that would allow DACL to shine, because they have to justify their budget to the mayor and to the city council. So if we want to look good, we have to make sure DACL looks good. And so our starting point in figuring out what we would do with this additional money was to think about what DACL's needs were. And again, we came to the decision, not only did we increase each village's individual award, but we came up with a number of citywide projects that we'll be using that extra funding for. And I think I just got the signal that my time's up. So thank you, and hopefully we'll be open for a little Q&A.
Yeah, sorry, I hate to cut you off because everything you say is important and useful, but I was just worried about running out of time. We started a little bit late, so maybe the organizers will give us a couple extra minutes for questions. The floor is open. Barbara, I don't know if you've been watching for questions. There's been a lot of discussion in the chat about WAVE and how WAVE fits in. Is that anything else we should address?
Yeah, there's actually a couple questions in the Q&A. Lynn Rycott asked, Bruce, what is your mission to help with the formation of new villages? Is part of your mission to help form new, villages?
I don't know that I would say it's in our mission statement. It is certainly something that we begin with the cooperation end of the scale that I had in cooperating and helping them set up. But it is an area in which we have recognized an opportunity and some sense of a responsibility to assist, not especially, but it comes up more frequently now as we also look at meeting some diversity, equity, and inclusion goals of ours. I've actually suggested that that's an area of some funding opportunities because of our experience, both longevity and breadth of what we do, provides us a good background to help other villages. But so that'll be something that we will look at as a collaboration kind of grant funding.
Yeah, if I could jump in for
it certainly is among the efforts we are very happy to undertake.
Yeah, just to add to that, the whole idea of serving a larger part of the DC population we're addressing right now. We're talking about the problem is going to be that not every neighborhood is going to opt for specifically our village model. There may be other ways that they want to do it. And right now we're trying to listen. This came up in one of the previous sessions about listening as you move into new areas to try to figure out what will work in the areas that are not currently served by villages.
Good answer. Katie Brandon asked, Denise, is your village a fiscal receiver for other organizations as well, or just this DACL?
Just the DACL grant, and other villages have at various times been the recipient of grants that were then distributed to the rest of the villages. So we have the largest grant by far, but other villages have served that function as well.
Oh, great. Yi Ting asked, in addition to the geographic scale, what are the differences of the function between DC villages and the village coalitions, such as Village to Village or WAVE? Well, they're all, I can sort of answer that. I mean, they're all interconnected. We have a great relationship, V2V, an MOU, to try to help, mentor new villages. And I know that the whole premise of WAVE was to, when we started it back in 2010, was to expand and grow in the individual, even though we're so closely together in the district, Maryland and Virginia, very different entities and government structures. And so, but by learning and collaborating across the board, across the river, which not everybody does. But it's a great, I think, cooperative. Anybody want to jump in on that, or?
It's all about scale. It's all about scale. So, DC, we share a lot in common. We're in a common governmental jurisdiction. WAVE is this geographic, we share things just because of geography, but the politics might be quite different. And then, of course, V2V is the whole nation and trying to, represent all of the villages. So it's just scaling.
Yeah. And we, V2V is honest. We need help in the regional groups, and looking to further our mission locally and regionally. So it's been a great ride with it. Marty asked, do you have any videos to train volunteers that can be shared used by other villages? I don't know about you guys, but I just did a video to train volunteers with, I'm saying it wrong, the Maryland Ride. It's not Ride Scheduler. I can't remember the name of it. It's NV Rides, but we did a training video. It should be out soon. So good question.
Because we're so small and local, we do our trainings person to person generally,
Right.
or on Zoom.
So
But that's a very good area for collaboration, it seems to me.
Absolutely.
We don't, that I'm aware of, have a video such as your ride sharing one. That would be good. But it would be great for V2V to get some sort of index of those, of what other villages have got that way.
Absolutely. I know we started late. We have a couple questions. One, I'm going to ask Barbara Shear to put it in the chat so that you guys can answer it. And Don Jenkins, if you don't mind putting your questions in the chat, because we are running out of time, and I am very conscious of, everybody having a break. And so if you have anything else, we're going to let you finish up.
All right. Well, again, the chat in all these V2V sessions, all these conference sessions, the chat has been great. It's a little hard to focus both on the presentations and following the chat, but I know that we'll want to look through the chat afterwards. Any closing comments from Laura, Denise, or Bruce?
Yeah, I just want to say, I think it's so easy now, years later, to look back and say, oh, what a great success, and we all love each other, and it's fine. The relationships were really challenging, and I think if you talk to any of the villages, they could tell you some stories about how frustrated they were at me and mad, and all these things. And I think that the key thing really was persistence and belief in the idea, right? So we still have our challenges. I mean, we're still negotiating certain things around data, around reporting, and Denise, bless you, Denise, for dealing with all the financial administration. There are a lot of challenges with getting government funding, so we talk every month. And then Denise will reach out quite frequently. And so, it is very, it's a back and forth, and it's not 100% like lovey-dovey, right? So I think you have to go in with that expectation of like, there is education, there is a need to compromise on both sides.
And to show what you
I would echo that. And again, looking at the communication, cooperation, collaboration, building, and you don't stop with the communication and cooperation. That's essential to continuing the collaboration, and that you don't get to consensus about the goals easily all the time. I think you're good to remind us, Laura, that have faith. Yeah. The only thing we have to fear is fear itself about not getting there. Yep.
Well, thank you all very much. And we're going to take a quick break and stay on if you want to stay on or keep it on. We have a great little exercise program presented by Vashon Island Village. Abby Horton is going to be here. It's kind of cute. I love it. And then we'll be back we're up for our next session.
Unmute there, Evie, if you can unmute. Still muted. Yeah. Oh, where'd you go, Evie? Hold on. Okay, bringing you back. Okay, Evie should be,
I'm back.
yes.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, there we
Okay.
go.
Hi, everybody. Okay, we're getting into a break time of 15 generous minutes. So there's lots that people can get up to. And I hope that you'll stick around at least for a couple minutes here with me and someone who may look a little familiar to you. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen because I've got just a few little slides. And we'll see what people are going to get up to here. Close this and minimize that so that I can actually see where the slideshow begins. And there we go. Okay. Hey, everybody. I am Evie Horton. I'm on Vashon Island in Washington State, and our Vashon villages are opportunity villages. We're in development. I hold a master's degree in physical activity for health. And one of the real bummers about not being with you in person is that we can't do standing ovations, you know, in an audience, and we can't get up and move together as we might like to. So we're going to think about what we're going to do with this break and hopefully move together. I'm showing you a few slides from some really iconic American artists. And I hope you will be inspired after you've maybe taken out the dog, gotten a snack, popped to the toilet. You'll stick around and look at a video with me and feel free to move, standing, sitting, what works for you. David Byrne is a member or was a member of Talking Heads. And I'm going to show a video of a song called Once in a Lifetime, which is a song that's been kind of a theme for me and my loved ones. Thinking about the pandemic and what we hope is a once in a lifetime occurrence, coping with this crisis. And to help us do that, we are going to have
You may find yourself living in a shotgun shack. And you may find yourself in another part of the world. And you may find yourself behind the wheel of a large automobile. And you may find yourself in a beautiful house with a beautiful wife. And you may ask yourself, well, how did I get here? Letting the days go by, letting the water hold me down, letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. And you may ask yourself, how do I work this? And you may ask yourself, where is that large automobile? And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful house. And you may tell yourself, this is not my beautiful wife. Letting the days go by, let the water hold me down. Letting the days go by, water flowing underground into the blue again. After the money's gone, once in a lifetime, water flowing underground. Same as it ever was, 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 same as it ever was. ever was. Same as it ever was. Yeah, terrible. Nice job, Kermit. Thank you. Nice job, Kermit. Thank you. Nice job, Kermit. Thank you. Man, that was weird.
Well, I hope that wasn't too weird. And I thank you for spending 2 minutes of moving together with us together and apart. Think about more ways that you can move throughout your day, how we can normalize movement throughout our day at this gathering, when we're at home, when we're at work, when we're online, looking into that void of the Zoom screen, and certainly out and about in your village. Thanks, everybody. If you want to do it again, I can do it again.
Thank you, Abby.
You're welcome.
You're so cute.
Oh, Manuel, was I the introduction to your presentation?
Yeah, it's perfect. It fits my style. I loved it. It was great, Abby.
Excellent. Bye.
Oh, Manuel. Okay. Hey, all right. So we got a few minutes till the next program, and we got Manuel who's loading up his slide deck.
I'm on. Actually, Scott is sharing his screen first, and then I'll switch to my screen at one point.
Okay, so it's going to be Scott and Manuel and Judy. And let me.
Everybody's on, Steve.
Everybody's on. Okay, awesome. Okay.
My video's been stopped.
Let me fix that for you.
I mean, there's lots of good reasons to keep me off screen, but
Not today, Judy. Not today.
All right. So we've got, who's going first? Judy?
Judy is, sorry.
And Judy, do you have, are you going to be doing a PowerPoint?
Scott's going to be doing it for us.
Okay. So Scott, if you want to launch that PowerPoint so that it's displaying correct. There we go. Awesome. Okay. And then everyone in the audience who can hear this, we've got 3 minutes until this will begin. So just hang tight while we are.
We'll be back in 3 minutes.
Yeah, we'll be back in 3 minutes. But since we're here, I'm going to remind the audience to check out the exhibit hall, and I'm going to drop into chat the exhibit hall address, and you got 3 minutes to kind of check that out. And a big thank you to all of our sponsors, all of our sponsors that include, and I'm on the exhibit hall right now. We got AARP, we got Club Express, we got Helpful Village, we got the Final Exit Network, we've got the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, we've got Dwell Assured, Home Instead Charities, Speedsta, Concern, Vitality Society, George's and Company, AARP, Staying Sharp, Cami Vision, Sterling Volunteers, Silvernest, Federal Trade Commission, and Intuition Robotics. So got lots of great resources for your village and for your members that you can find in the exhibit hall. So that brings us down to a minute. And but I would say let's well, Barbara, if you want to
let's start. Let's kick this off. And I'm gonna welcome the three presenters, Judy, Manuel and Scott, welcome, welcome. We have a lot of interest, a lot of chatter. I'm sure our chat box is going to explode with this, conversation, but we're looking forward to it. And then I'll let you all decide how you want to answer the questions, but have at it. Thank you so much.
Hey, well, thank you, Barbara, and thank you, Steve, for helping us get together here. And thanks to everybody who's attending. My name is Judy Berman. I'm the Executive Director of Capitol Hill Village, and I'm here with Manuel Acevedo, who I think many of you know is the president of Helpful Village, and Scott Price, who's a member of Capitol Hill Village. But more than that, Scott is actually the one of the brains behind this this entire endeavor. I started at Capitol Hill Village just under a couple of years ago, and Scott and another member, Margaret Crenshaw, came to me and said, "We have this idea. We've been nursing it for a while, and that was the beginning." So I just want credit to go where credit is due, and Scott deserves a lot of that. And Manuel and I connected on this project. I think we both sort of geeked out over the fact that we both were excited about the idea of a taxonomy. So that's where we are. So next slide, Scott. So in thinking about the goals of the taxonomy, we titled this, developing a common language. That's what this is really all about. The strength of villages lies in our grassroots origins and the unique fit of each village to its community. But that same strength can actually be a challenge because it makes it difficult to describe what we all do because we're all different. And efforts to describe villages often end up sort of losing the specificity and uniqueness, not only of the individual villages, but of what we as villages contribute as a whole to the landscape of services and supports for older adults. It becomes a sort of lowest common denominator issue. And if you heard the previous panel, you can see that this issue is, it has ramifications both locally and regionally and nationally. So the goals of this is to develop a common language so that we can combine our operational data and be able to show quantitatively what we're contributing. And this is, so documenting the collective contributions of villages to the ability of older adults to age with dignity and on their own terms. That's a really important contribution, and to be able to put numbers to that. We also want to attract investment. Villages are at a point where we should be benefiting from some investments in health and other things to actually pay for what we're doing. Now, some all volunteer villages, may choose to stay that way and not be interested, but I think there's something to be said for attracting investment. And there's a lot of research to be done. We've got this great model and this great research pool of people, and the better we can tell that story and pull that together, the better. One of the important points, one of the reasons behind this strategy was to pull this data together without a lot of work on the part of the villages themselves, and without sacrificing anybody's confidentiality. And this is sort of the promise of what we have. And so now I'm going to turn it over to Scott to talk more specifically, sort of describe what the taxonomy actually is, and how we operationalize it. Then we'll go to Manuel, who will show that we actually have a taxonomy report. It's working. We've demonstrated the model, and then I'll come back and talk a little bit about next steps. So, Scott.
Thank you, Judy. When we're looking for external partners at item 2.1, it's good that we can tell our story, but maybe it'd be better if we could tell it quantitatively. And at the last session, and I guess other sessions have spoken about the need for data, so I won't dwell anymore on that. Oh, by the way, taxonomy is a word that means classification system. That's all it is taking the services our volunteers perform and putting them into a classification system. It's just the word taxonomy is one word instead of two, so that's why we use it. So on this slide, we see at item 1, all the villages have volunteer services that suit their members' needs and the volunteers' capabilities. The challenge is if you wanted to now pool all their data, it can make all the different words can make it very difficult for a computer system to try to put them together. And as you see in item 3, Mowing the lawn and doing light landscaping are very similar. If you think of a gerontological researcher, that researcher is going to want to know things like how much benefit does the homeowner get from a village helping to maintain the home? So you'd want to put those two together. And a computer would have difficult time just because the words are different. Now, one solution for this challenge is to agree on a series of categories or a taxonomy to identify what's common among the village activities. So in the top left, you can see Village A has volunteers perhaps mowing the lawn. Village B maybe has people doing light landscaping, and Village C has people shoveling snow, but those can all be combined into a category called outdoor maintenance. In a similar way, there you can have on the next slide and down with pest control, you can send in people to change light bulbs. You can send in people to install grab bars at a bathtub, and that is a part of indoor maintenance. And there are a number of other types of activities that combined on the right side to be a larger category of called house and home support. So the left column is a village layer. And we don't intend that you need to change a single word in your list of activities that your volunteers help your members with. All the mapping, all the taxonomy is done by the software behind the scenes. You don't need to change anything. So in the middle column, you can see, we call that the basic common layer that spans all of the villages. And on the right side, then is the aggregation layer, the topmost layer. On the next slide, you can see there are 7 aggregation layer categories: wellness support, transportation, and you can read the rest. So each one of those top level categories has between 2 and maybe 9 different subordinate categories. Let's go to house and home support at the top right. And for some reason, my cursor isn't showing well. Anyway, so I'm looking at house and home support in the top right. Disposal pickup. That means it might be hazardous materials, it might be old shoes, it's whatever that person needs to get rid of. Downsizing, organizing. AERP has a plan to help people think about what has to be done to downsize a home and get rid of material. You can see indoor maintenance and outdoor maintenance. Pet care is a very common activity. So these are the generic terms that we've come up with, and we didn't make these up. We did research of what, literature search of what researchers are actually doing and the kinds of data that they are tracking. And that's where we came up with these categories to make sure we could organize our data in a way that would be easy for the researchers to use. And that is the end of what I had to say. Manuel?
Yes. I unmuted.
Do I need
sharing my
to stop
screen.
sharing?
Yes.
Right.
Perfect. So thank you, Scott. That was a great introduction. So Scott just explained what a taxonomy is. So the next part of the presentation is I'm going to explain how it works a little bit technically. And before I get there, I just want to give you a little bit of the history, how this came out. So I was very excited when Judy approached us and basically with this idea of having an aggregate report of the data of all the villages in DC. So we thought it was a great idea, but I also wanted to say, also giving credit from the past, is to also where this is coming for me personally. So as you know, I started Helpful Village about 5 years ago in Berkeley. And at the time, was working with UC Berkeley professor Andy Sharlock, who's basically this researcher at Berkeley that studied the village movement. And from day one, it was important to me to be connected with research, and it was important in our discussion. Andy Sharlock was very helpful to have Helpful Village started. So I wanted to thank him, first of all. And second is that from that day, we have this idea of collecting the data that would be helpful for researchers like him. Well, he's now retired, so he's no longer part of the project, but I wanted also to say that he was an inspiration for this project. By the way, I also wanted to say that I started a company in Berkeley maybe a part of the personal story is my wife is a college professor, so a researcher herself. So research was also part of my DNA in a way. Okay, so that's just for the history. Now let's go to the taxonomy project itself. So let me move around this window. Basically, the whole point that Scott just made is, well, let's classify the services for villages and have an aggregate report of this data, right? So in the most simplistic way, for me, it sounded like this. Like we have a collection of villages, Capitol Hill Village that started the project, but also the other DC villages that are using our platform that have their specific names. So all of them wanted to participate. So I was very excited about this. And also each one of them, they had their specific names for their volunteer services and event categories, that's what made the most sense to their members. So the next step to that was adding the taxonomy classification to those same services. So that sounds simple, but it's not as simple as it sounds. So I'm gonna show you where maybe part of this complexity is. And the complexity is that we want to fiercely protect your data, right? Okay, we have a database with a lot of data from, almost 100 villages across the nation. It would be easy for me just to put all those numbers together, but it's not about me, it's about villages, right? So we want each village to contribute a tiny bit of the data that they have and they produce, and basically at the same time protect the privacy of its villagers. So that's the first thing I wanted to say. We're talking about data sharing and aggregation and reports, but the most important thing for me is that we need to protect your members, your volunteers, and your village data. So Helpful Village will be absolutely committed to make sure that that data stays safe. So we only share with the report as little information as it's necessary to protect it. And at the same time, there is never any personal data that is being shared to this aggregate report. So there's no names, there is no phone numbers, there's no emails, etc. It's just doing a count of the services and events. So one point I wanted to make here is that your members and volunteers are absolutely protected if you want to participate in this project. Now, we are absolutely committed to protecting this data. So the next thing we did is that we established a multi-level authorization process to participate in the taxonomy project. So it means that it didn't just go to the database and got all that data together, but we went on to the next process. Actually, here I have it on a slide, but I have the real spreadsheet file. So I'm going to show the real spreadsheet file. So basically, we have a list of all our villages using Helpful Village. So basically, here you can see Capitol Hill at the top. We have all the other villages that are using our platform to just grade their names, because I don't want to disclose what their information. But basically, all these rows are different villages that are using Helpful Village, right? And basically, we got this multi-step process where we emailed each one of these villages, send them an email asking them if they wanted to participate in the taxonomy project. They also authorized the taxonomy project. They authorized specifically that they wanted to share the names of their services. And then we asked them again, okay, but can you also share the name of your event categories with the group? And then, so basically, we were not just taking this data. We are going back to the village leaders and asking them, if you want to participate, because you're the one deciding, do you authorize us to use this data for the taxonomy report? And only if the village leader authorizes it, well, then we use this data for this report. So just wanted to make clear that the village leaders have absolute control of the data. Okay, once we received the authorization for the villages that were very excited in, participating in the initiative, next thing we did is that we sent to Capitol Hill the list of services that each local village was doing for classification. And then there is a big amount of work that is being done, a lot of it by Scott himself, which is mapping those local village names with the taxonomy service names, right? So he's basically the translator of the local language into the universal language that is the taxonomy. And then when he was doing that mapping, he was sending that back to us at Helpful Village, and we were entering in the next step, entering that classification into each individual village system. And then once that is done, we went back to the villages and we asked them if they would authorize us to use all that data that we had before in a new report that we're producing. So I just wanted the goal of this management sheet is to show you that villages have control of all these initiatives. It's like you can decide if your village wants to participate, yes or no. And this is super important for the taxonomy project. We are sharing data, but you need to know what data are you sharing and if you authorize us to use it or not. Okay, let's go back to the slides at this point. So once we got all these authorizations from each independent village with this process, we coded a report. So as Judy said before, and we have a great announcement to make today, is that the taxonomy report exists today. We have it. It's available to the DC villages that can see their numbers in aggregate. And that's a great announcement. So we're really, really proud of that. And I think it's a big milestone for the movement. Now, this thing that we did with DC, right? And we were very happy that they were first ones to lead the effort. But it's obviously something that at Helpful Village, but also in DC, it was always the plan to apply the taxonomy report to any region. So in the same way we can produce it for the DC villages, maybe, I mean, it's as easy to produce it for, say, the state of New York, state of Massachusetts, state of California, or any other region. And obviously technically possible to produce a taxonomy report for the whole nation. So today it becomes technically possible to add up all the services of all villages if they want to participate in this taxonomy report, and then basically potentially approach, I don't know, foundations or the government or any other potential, showing the big mass of services that villages are doing. So, it started in DC, but it's for the whole nation, of course. I think I have 2 more slides. The next one is, okay, this is nice, but I wanted to make very clear that it's very easy to participate. Actually, DC started it, and we have this DC report that was the first one to be created, but the initiative has already expanded. Today, more than 50 villages that use Helpful Village have already authorized us to participate in the taxonomy report. So we could produce this report for about 50 villages today. And if you're one of our customers and you're not part of the initiative yet, it's very easy. This is how it works. All villages using Helpful Village can participate today. So just, if you want to be part of it today, you can do it without effort. That's very important, the without effort, because we do the whole, we take care of the whole process and just can be part of it very, very easily. So this is how the process looks like. Our team is going to ask for authorization to, if you agree to share, your service names, your event names, or the count of services, if you want to do that for an aggregation. And if you do want it and you send us an email, second step is that there's no second step. The second step is that we can technically take care of the rest. So add the taxonomy code, send it to the group that is classifying, etc. So you get the results just sending an email. So this is wanted to make clear that it's a very easy process for villages that want to participate in this effort. Okay, and this is my last slide, and then I just wanted to ask if you want to see the report, and I guess the answer is yes. So the DC taxonomy report is available to the villages in DC. So, but I won't be sharing their data with you today, because as I said before, we are super protective of the privacy of the data. So I'm going to show the report applied to some example data that would apply to another imaginary region that in our tests was, actually the city of LA with different neighborhoods. But just you need to imagine that this can happen. I mean, this report applies to any region or even nationally at one point in time if you want to have it. So at this point, I'm going to exit my PowerPoint. I'm just going to show the report. And this is basically how it looks in terms of tables and charts. So basically, these are the aggregate layers that Scott mentioned before. And then for all a collection of villages, it could be 10 villages in Los Angeles, or it can be 20 villages in Alaska or something. We're adding up all those numbers by categories. So it would say that there would be 8 services in house and home support, and there were a total of 9 hours that were spent there this month. There is, in these other categories, is independent support, and these are the aggregate layers. We produce a pie chart for each one of them. But then we also have the detail of each one of these categories, kind of the subcategories of the layers. And then basically those numbers come here. So these are the aggregate of house and home support. So there are different services for home systems, maintenance and repair. So this is basically the detail of this subcategory. And so we're producing those numbers and the charts associated with that. So I will not spend too much time, and you should not look at the detail of these numbers because this is just, as I said before, example data. But everything is technically ready for us to produce these numbers for any particular region or even national. So at this point, and now that I showed you this report, I'm gonna turn it back to Judy. I'm gonna stop. I actually think I'm gonna keep sharing my screen, but Judy, please feel free to jump in.
Yeah, well, thank you, Manuel. Yeah, why don't you pull the report back up, if you don't mind? Actually, Scott, let me go. Scott, why don't you pull the well, we can do it this way. So I just want to say, so this is, again, as Manuel said, these are kind of dummy numbers, but the idea here is that, when we go to a partner, and we can say as a group, this is what we've accomplished, but the other important point about this is that this data right now is for us, okay? Saying that somebody wants you to click on it, make it bigger, Manuel. I don't have control over that, so sorry. There we go. So this is not marketing. What you're looking at is not marketing. You're looking at an internal report. So we can say, we can look at this and we can say, okay, so we're doing all of this independence support. Now, what does independence support consist of? The independence support consists of things like tech support, electronics, support for people with disabilities, like reading mail to someone who has low vision. Other things that help people remain independent, picking up and delivering groceries, for example. Okay, so we look at that and we find out. We can go down, if you want to go down to the go down to independent support. Keep going. One is here. There we go. So this now shows us in a little bit more detail, right? And depending on who we're talking to, we might want to talk about, the nutrition, grocery, and prescription errands, right? If we're talking to a health insurer, for example, they're going to want to know what impact we're having on access to prescriptions. Somebody else might want to know, like, what we know about doing tech support for older adults, right? So this breaks it down. The nice thing about this, is that you don't have to do everything. All right, you don't have to classify things in every way. Slides are not in slideshow view, I think somebody's saying, so that's, I don't know. But you put in what you do, and then it shows up here in the aggregate, right? The important thing is that the taxonomy is inclusive, right? So you don't have to do everything that's listed, but as long as everything you do that's important is included, you can contribute to the taxonomy report. Would you now just scroll to transportation real quick? So here's another example, and I would point to this health medical transportation. Knowing, if you're working, like I'm thinking in DC now, Medicaid puts a price on, and Medicare put a price on transportation. And if we can say that we did, 52 completed services, that can be monetized. There's a lot of different ways that we can use the data now that we can produce it. I want to address a couple of questions that I saw in the chat, and also just sort of a broader question. So right now, this was a pilot. We wanted to know, would this work? Would we be able to do this from the back end? Would we get meaningful data out? Manuel stepped up as a willing partner, but this is not exclusive to Helpful Village. This is for the movement overall. So what has happened since we started this, and this started as a grant proposal, right? Where I was writing a grant and said, who wants in? Let's see. Oh, we'll talk about that after. So, this really was a pilot. And now that we've got evidence of how it works, the Run My Village is joining as well. We're going to share the methodology that we use with Helpful Village, and we'll talk about what that methodology looks like. How it works equivalently. Is that a word? On Run My Village, but we'll develop a process similar to this where there'll be permissions and there'll be back end investment. You'll see that if you're not using Helpful Village or Run My Village, we have an alternative for that as well. There's Pete Bardea has volunteered to help classify data for services that are not on those two platforms, and any other platform. All it takes, if there's a will, there is a way. The other thing that's happening is that, as all of you know, the services that we provide, while they're core to who we are and what we do, they're not the whole story, right? There's information about our size, about how many members we have, things like that. So this is going to be one piece of the data package that Village to Village wants to collect, and Village to Village has been talking about this and is working together with Helpful Village, with Run My Village, and with others to try to pull this all together in one big package. This piece, the taxonomy, solves one problem, right? It allows us to talk about what we do in a way that's common across villages, that we can maintain some of the specificity without getting lost in the particular language of our communities. That's one problem. There's other problems. There are other data problems to solve, and we're committed as an organization to working with Village to Village Network and others to try to solve that. But that's just so this is just an example. But we're really proud that and we're pleased that it worked. It didn't work. There were some. We've done some back and forth. Not everybody's services fit exactly into what we're doing. We have to have some dialogue about, would you call this? Would you call it that? But ultimately, this is really, I think, the first time that we're seeing this kind of data aggregated, and we're looking forward to seeing, what we can do with it.
Yeah. Judy, if I can add maybe one little thing. I totally agree with everything you said. I just wanted to share with the group my personal experience with the taxonomy report, because I obviously work 100% on villages, so I talk to villages every day. I'm used to the numbers of a village that can range from 50 members, 100 members. We have villages with almost 500 members, or those kind of numbers. Then when I produced the aggregate report, just those numbers were big numbers. Suddenly, you see what I'm saying? I was used to the small numbers. I mean, nice, right? 500 members, that's a real good number. But then just putting together the 11 DC villages, or putting together the 50 villages that are participating in the taxonomy, when I personally saw that number, it just made a different impact, right? I saw that big number, it's like, wow, that's a lot of people, right? So also just wanted to share my personal experience of just seeing it, the fact of having a number that is big when we are discussing with, with the government or policymakers or other things. Just the fact that the movement has this big number to show, I think changes the conversation, because people can see that, yeah, this is really a big effort, a big impact we're having nationwide. That was my personal experience when I saw it.
Scott, would you go back to the actual, to the list of the categories? I think people might want to spend a little bit more time. This
Manuel,
is Manuel's.
I'm going to.
Oh, there. Okay,
oh, there.
Perfect.
Good.
I'm pulling this back up because you'll see, so many of the things that we do are related. We can do, even just, driving somebody is related to breaking isolation, right? And we know that, and we can still describe that, right? This doesn't limit our ability to expand on these things. What it does is it gives us an ability to quantify and then speak from there, right? So what we call, for example, an isolation intervention, which, as I just said, transportation is also an isolation intervention. These are things like the friendly phone calls, the visits or the cards that you send to somebody in the hospital to make them feel like, to remind them that somebody is, nearby and thinking about them, right? So this does not take away, it doesn't relieve us of the responsibility for narrating and telling the story of what we do. It just gives us another tool with numbers to quantify, and in some cases to monetize what we do. And that's really all it is. It's not meant to be, it's not meant to be everything to everybody, and it's not meant to tell the story by itself. But it's a contribution that we're hopeful will make a difference to the Village community going forward. I know there's a lot of questions in the chat. I don't know, can Barbara, do you mind reading those to us, or somebody, or Travis or Steve? I think that would be easier for us.
Let's see. Barbara, you've been doing such a good job of reading the questions. I'm more than happy to jump in here. Let's see. Does each participating village receive a report of its own activities annually or on demand, as well as a copy of the aggregated report?
Yes.
I believe it'll be an option in the report,
Yes.
in the list of reports that you can pull for your own village.
Yes. Mhm.
Okay, great. And then that was from Mary Jo Deering. Mikkel Paris says, nice business intelligence report. Okay, Dottie Jeffrey says, Manuel, can you repeat what the big number is?
Yeah, so the big number is about all the things that Judy showed in the report, right? Actually, it has another section, which is the total number of members, right? Over time. So the big number, what I was saying is that if we look at each village individually, the kind of the membership number is say 100, 200, 300. When you look at the aggregate report, maybe that number becomes 20,000 people, right? So that's the big number. Like, because we're adding up the numbers of all villages, well, that just, the result is that number is just big, right? So we have big number of members, we have big number of volunteers, we have big number of services, big number of event participation, just because we're just adding up so many villages work, right? So just when I saw that in print on paper, when I saw that number, right, even the membership number or even the services number, I said, wow, myself, and I'm working on this every day, right? So I think that will wow also, you know, the people we speak with on, you know, regionally or nationally. So it's just adding up everything about membership or about services, just that everyone's work is a very big number.
I saw a question about costs, Steve, that I'd like to address.
Yeah, absolutely, from Lori, yeah.
Yeah, no, this does not cost the participating villages at all. At this point, Capitol Hill Village has donated, you know, our time and our services to creating this. Manuel has donated his time and services to creating this, but there is no cost of participation in this. Now, you know, other systems may decide to do it differently. I suspect that Run My Village will make it free for members too. I don't think, you know, but I can't speak for anybody else. But I can tell you that, you know, and obviously if you have your own system and want to, you know, kind of do it your own way, you know, there's downsides to that. I think not being part of a larger, you know, the larger whole, but, you know, this is not copyrighted. Yeah, Dan says, of course, there won't be additional cost for RMV users. Yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah, I mean, this is a contribution that I hope will really bring value. Now, you know, would I mind getting, you know, funding to help support our time? You know, no, I would love that, but we're not charging anything.
Great. Let's see. I think. Oh, hold on. Okay.
I saw one question about making sure we're not double counting.
Oh.
And that is critical for data integrity. These data, one of the reasons why the data are very reliable is because they're operational data. We're not making this data up for a survey. They're coming out of the various computer systems that create the match between the village volunteer and the person who needs the service. So each one of your activities in your activity list goes to one and only one of these taxonomy categories. And you'll notice at the bottom of each one of the major categories, there's a category called service not specified. And what that is used for is in case that, For example, under transportation, let's say you're driving somebody to both get groceries and to go to the hardware store. Well, going to get groceries is the first one under transportation. The hardware store is driving other. If you're doing both of them, then that is now classified as service not specified. So you're still getting credit for the fact that you're providing the transportation, but we're keeping fairly clean, again, for the researchers, what the definitions of each one of these categories are and making sure there's no double counting.
I would just add too that to remember that this is counting the services. We're not counting people. So there's no data, there's no part of the taxonomy that's going to say, this member received, double transportation, or how many members benefited from this number of services. That's not what this is set up to do. It's really about outputs. I know Manuel announced, we in DC, we're required to count unique participants for our things. And so I know Manuel has developed a methodology for that, but that's not related to the taxonomy itself.
Couple more questions in the
Sure.
Q&A. One was directed to you. Is it possible to get funding to support some of these efforts?
If anybody has any ideas to support the efforts, then I'm 100%. I have applied. I have asked. I've reached out, written a couple of proposals. But if anybody has ideas, please speak up. Can I give a shout out to A Little Help in Colorado? A Little Help was also one of the early adopters, I would say. They were more than willing to join this pilot, and so I just want to say thanks for that.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I just wanted to say something about the funding also myself. So we have, as Judy said, it's very important. It's absolutely free for all villages to participate. We have put quite some work into it, the authorization, the emails back and forth. And the reason for that is that we have had conversations with, people that want to fund the movement, with V2Vs, and the whole national thing. And one common question they have been asking is, okay, but if we want to put, taxpayer money into it, we need to have data. We need to have science behind it to fund the village movement. So it just, even if we have donated some time, but also I wanted you to understand that the in game for us is saying, if we can provide this data to the funders, they will pay for having more villages across the country. So if we can go to 40,000 villages across the country because it's shown and it's proven by data that it works, then obviously there is a benefit for Helpful Village down the road and for the whole movement, right? So I just wanted to say, yeah, we're happy to donate the time, but it's because we see funding coming associated to the fact that we can present this quantitative data. And we can see an example of this happening actually in DC, where basically Dacl, the Department of Aging, has this same conversation saying, hey, we would like to fund all the work you do, but we need to have a little bit of transparency of the aggregate numbers. How many people are you helping? How many services are you doing? So the same thing that happens there, we think can happen at a national level. And that's why we're happy to put some free time and make it absolutely free for everybody today, because we think it will pay off in the future. So, that's how I see funding of the initiative.
I see another question about the output data related to outcome. And I just want to comment on that. So the way that this was conceived was to try to identify categories around which there would be additional research. So for example, caregiver respite, there's a body of research on that talks about, outcomes in caregiver respite. Now we're not at a point where we can produce our own data, outcome data on caregiver respite, but we can better align ourselves with existing research through the taxonomy. So that's what that's the idea. And in fact, one of the products that we're working with a local university to produce is to create a documentation of existing outcome data with each of these categories.
There was another question from Mary Jo Deering. Would the project also create a free package of software changes that another platform, neither Helpful Village or Run My Village, would have to make for its clients to participate? don't really understand that.
I'm sure that Manuel and Dan would be willing to talk with anybody else who's doing the work on how to make this work in their system. I don't know if there's a, I'm not sure if there's a package that would be prepared, but this is, anyway.
Yeah, I mean, if I can maybe pitch in on that one, we are happy to talk to any other providers or people that are helping. In our view, we cannot, will not be sharing data with other providers for sure, right? So they can do their own thing and then we can add the numbers on paper or something like that. But we will definitely be very protective of that data. Something that is important to us is that we make the taxonomy report super easy. So that's one thing that is in helpful. It's just for us, authorization, one click, it produces a taxonomy report. If there are other more processes in parallel with other platforms, semi-automatic or manual processes, I think they can be added up, manually. So that makes sense. But yeah, that's how I think we can combine data from different providers.
So Judy, there's another one from Ann Connor. Have villages ever billed health insurers if some services might be included in their coverage?
I'm not sure that's a question that I can answer. I'm not aware of any. I know that there are villages that bill the government for services. I'm not sure if anybody's getting paid by a health insurer.
I know.
Well, you know, yeah.
Yeah, I know because we have produced reports for some villages that were getting money, were getting reimbursed for transportation to healthcare services. So we produced the report. They made the money on their side, but we know that they're interested in paying because they see that people going to their medical appointments save them money. So they are very happy that the villages exist. When they see the data, they're happy to pay for those. So that's another great example of using this data and aggregated rate data or taxonomy data to get funding for villages. That's the key.
Great. Any final comments? I don't think, we have one more question in Q&A. Dottie Jeffrey says this effort would make a great feature news story. Okay, I agree. Let's get on NBC News Nightly News. I've been working on that for years.
I mean, for me, and I think Judy is going to conclude, but for me, the conclusion is that this is happening today. The taxonomy report exists today. So if you want to talk with your board and your village for approval, it's time to do it because we're happy to welcome you in and count your numbers as part of this collective effort today. It's not an abstract project in the future. This is happening now. So please don't hesitate to contact us because it's very important.
I would just say too that I just want to put in a plug for the work that Village to Village is doing in terms of trying to create a home for all of this data and being able to tell the story more broadly about who we are and what an incredible impact we're having on the people we're able to serve. And I'm just hopeful that this is the beginning of a new sort of forward, just supporting the growth and just encourage people to attend the panel that's coming later. I'm sorry, I don't have it in front of me, but the Reimagining Villages, because this is sort of integral, I think, to that effort as well.
This afternoon. Yes, it is. Thank you. Well, Manuel, Scott, Judy, a lot of work and amazing. And we're in awe. So thank you very much for all your time and effort. And we look forward to the next steps. So
thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We are going to welcome now Janie Urbanic and Dorothy Pytel, who are going to talk about building a dementia-friendly community. So Dorothy and Janie, I'm gonna
share my screen so we can do our presentation. Oops, I'm sorry. It's out of order. I apologize. Great. Now we're ready.
Great.
Now we're ready.
Go ahead.
Hi. So thank you for joining our session about becoming a dementia-friendly community. And I am Janie Urbanik, and I'm the founding director of the South Loop Village in Chicago. And with me is my colleague, Dorothy Pytel, whom you just saw, who is the special projects director or manager for Chicago Hyde Park Village. So our villages were the champion organization in obtaining dementia-friendly designation for our two communities. So everybody, I think, is aware of the hugely growing need for support of people living with dementia and their care partners. And there's also a growing need for dementia-friendly efforts across the country. So by the year 2025, approximately 7.1 million people 65 and over will be experiencing some form of dementia, Alzheimer's disease, or one of the more atypical dementias. And among these 7.1 million, 60% of them are living in community in their homes. And beyond that, 1 in 7 are living alone. So this is an opportunity for the villages to take advantage of looking closely into Dementia-Friendly America for another initiative for your own work. So the goal of Dementia-Friendly America is to foster dementia-friendly communities across the country. The Dementia-Friendly America has created just a wonderful toolkit for people to use totally free if you're a dementia-friendly community, to help grow community capacity as well as system capacity for those living with dementia and their care partners in your specific community. And of course, we all are concerned about trying to enhance the quality of life and other positive outcomes for those with dementia and their care partners. So if you'll look at this next diagram, all of these nice little edifices or buildings are to represent the elements of a normal community. And the Dementia-Friendly America group has provided this toolkit, which responds to or is tailored to the specific needs of each one of these community elements. So for example, here you might see a church or a community of faith, and there's a toolkit or a module in the toolkit which responds to what might be opportunities if you're trying to make a dementia-friendly community in approaching a community of faith. How would you work with the parishioners? How would you work with the staff? How would you create a welcoming and safe environment for people attending this particular community of faith or church to feel like this is a place where they belong and are supported? Others of these buildings are things like businesses, banks, retail establishments, restaurants. There's a module for that to talk about how to welcome and how to train staff as well as management in working with people with dementia and their care partners. Also, there are modules here for residential housing sectors, as well as for government sectors, healthcare sectors, and so on. So these tools provided by Dementia-Friendly America are robust, they're professionally created, and they are very thorough. And the idea here is that please use these tools, but also feel free to tailor them to your own community, because every community, like every village, as we know, is different. So they're there for your use, they're free, but feel free to use what works for you and feel free to enhance them for your own particular needs. So you can see that on the next slide, looking at 2015, there were probably a scant, I believe that's 8 or 7 states that had a dementia-friendly community in the state. And over the next 2 years, Dementia-Friendly America was represented in every state in the country. And we continue to grow, and we encourage you to consider embracing this initiative. If you have as a village the bandwidth to do so. And a little bit later, Dorothy's going to talk a little bit about what that bandwidth really means. So just to go a little further about how the South Loop Village got involved in dementia-friendly America. So in the next slide, before we started the village, our first initiative in order to get started was to have a memory cafe. And we continue to host that memory cafe today. And what that did was position us as a community leader and someone who's knowledgeable in working with people with dementia and their families. We also have done training with the residential housing sector in our communities, training both management and staff, as well as training people living in these senior housing sectors or subsidized housing in the Chicago area. We work very closely with our local police department, First District. We've done training with neighborhood youth who are in a summer program with the Chicago Police Department. These youth were adolescents who are living in subsidized housing or government housing, and many living in multi-generational households. So it's very likely that they're living with someone in their household who has dementia. And we did a training to help them recognize what dementia looks like, how to help someone who has dementia, how to become more understanding, and what you might do to enhance the quality of life of an older adult living with dementia in your family. We also are participants in the senior subcommittee of our Chicago Police Department First District, and we'll be doing a training for everyone who signs up for dementia training who are in the First District of the Chicago Police Department. In the future, we've been invited actually to have monthly trainings at our local Park District Center, and all of this is provided free. And then we have been invited by several local churches to present to their parishioners. So just to show you a little bit how we've identified ourselves as being dementia friendly, on the next slide, you'll see our business card on the left. And then we had cards developed with our logo and the dementia friendly logo with stickers, which go on the back of our business cards, identifying the South Loop Village as a member of the Dementia Friendly American Network. So with that, I'm going to ask Dorothy Pytel to talk to you a little bit about Dementia Friendly Hyde Park.
Great, thanks so much, Janie. So again, I'm Dorothy Pytel from the Chicago Hyde Park Village, and we are the champion organization in our community, and we've named our initiative Dementia Friendly Hyde Park. And if you recognize my face, I was at the Stronger Memory. I made a little cameo appearance there yesterday. So within our community, what we have done is we have created some mechanisms that will help to make sure that this initiative stays on the priority list of people. So in the first place, we created an action team, and that is comprised of the partnering organizations that helped us submit our application in the first place. So they help us define the mission and the vision for the work that we are doing, and these are quarterly meetings. We've also created an advisory committee, and then this is really intended to make sure that the voice of the people closest and living with the disease, with dementia and their care partners, and sometimes it's their friends, that they have input that they can share with us. And these are bi-monthly meetings. So one of the recent things that we've been working on is we've developed, we use both the Dementia Friendly America logo, but we decided to create, like many communities, a local logo. And here to the right is an example of a decal that we're right now in the process of developing. Our goal is to use this to do outreach to businesses in the community once they have fulfilled the requirements, which is to get their people trained as dementia friends. They will be able to post that. And it's got an expiration date because we know in a lot of businesses, there's a lot of turnover. So that way we can make sure that they stay on top of their training. And if you're wondering what dementia friend training is, we do this community, and we're very proud to have one of the advisory committee members who is a caregiver for her mom to do that training for us, because she's living with that situation in her own home, so has wonderful examples. So the training is kind of a traditional 1 hour at a public library or a local organization and just finding out the basics of what dementia is and what life is like with dementia. We now do our training via Zoom simply because we're still living with a pandemic. So we think that's the safest thing to be doing. There's also a third way to get Dementia Friend training, which is Dementia Friendly America created this. It's a website that you can go to you really just have to watch a minimum of 2 videos. They're very short, so it's not that big of an ask. However, in that short period of time, you learn a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to go to the website. I hope this works. So this is their website, and you just click on here. And then this is the lovely video that I want to show you. So let's just hope it's just 3.5 minutes, but it's so good.
Dementia.
To listen
Do you
to.
know what it means? Perhaps you associate dementia with old age, or maybe it's a term that frightens you. Dementia is not a specific illness. It's a term that describes a wide range of symptoms associated with a decline in memory and thinking skills. These symptoms can become severe enough to affect someone's ability to perform everyday activities. Alzheimer's is a brain disease that causes symptoms of dementia. It accounts for 60 to 80% of all dementia cases. In fact, an estimated 5.4 million Americans are living with Alzheimer's disease. By 2050, the number of people aged 65 and older living with Alzheimer's disease is expected to increase to 13.8 million. It's likely you know someone or will encounter someone living with dementia in your community. At the bank, the grocery store, or a restaurant. Although advancing age is the greatest risk factor for developing Alzheimer's, even those who are younger can exhibit symptoms. Dementia affects each person differently. In the early stages, it may be difficult to recognize someone living with the disease because he or she is still independent and can engage in meaningful conversation. Potential signs include difficulty communicating, getting lost, becoming frustrated, exhibiting confusion, repeating words and phrases, poor judgment, and unusual or inappropriate behavior. Research shows that stigma surrounding dementia can lead to isolation for both those living with the disease as well as their family members. That's why it's so important to better understand dementia and how to help individuals continue to play a role in their community. When encountering a person with dementia, consider these tips. Treat the person with dignity and respect. Avoid talking past the person as if he or she isn't there. Be patient and supportive. Let the person know you're listening and trying to understand. Avoid criticizing or correcting. Offer comfort and reassurance. If he or she is having trouble communicating, reassure the individual that it's okay and encourage the person to continue. Living with value and purpose in the community is a human right. Communities must consider ways to make services more accessible for people living with dementia, just as they have made services more accessible to people with physical disabilities. Every segment of the community and every individual has a unique opportunity to make a significant difference in the lives of people living with dementia.
Hey, Mr. Fredrickson, it's Tuesday, aren't you going to the store?
Yeah.
Come on, I'll walk with you.
To learn more about how you and others can help those living with dementia remain engaged in the community, view our short videos that provide guidance for specific professions at dementiafriendsusa.org.
Okay, let me try to get back to my presentation here. Okay, so that's, as you can see, it's a wonderful video, and I believe you're halfway there to becoming a dementia friend. So if you're interested, all you have to do is to go to dementiafriendsusa.org or just Google Dementia Friends, and you can watch the second video and get your beautiful certificate. But what it also just really does is really allow for us to educate a lot of people about this very important issue. So in order to get the official dementia-friendly community designation, you really have to demonstrate your readiness. And so you have to demonstrate that you are connecting across sectors, think back to that visual that Janie shared earlier on, the community with all the different parts, the banks, the faith communities, and everything else. So demonstrate that you're communicating at least with 3 organizations. In our community, we were already 3 at the beginning, so we decided to use our application process as an opportunity to reach out to other partners. So we wound up getting 12 local organizations and 5 elected officials who signed letters of support for us. And so they're now aware of our initiative, and in some cases have then been actively working on our work, including people living with dementia and their care partners in the leadership. In our case, for instance, we have a person doing our dementia friend trainings. And designating a championship organization has its value, because then that organization pushes along and has a coordinating capacity. In Janie, in our cases, we're the villages in our communities that have taken on that role. In some communities, different organizations they alternate who is the championship organization. So there's different models how you can do that. So then what you really need to determine is which dementia-friendly practices are the highest priority for your community. And then you can start defining some goals for those to start implementing those practices. And then it's all about communicating and adapting those practices. And then obviously, as a lot of things, it's really important to track your progress. And then if you track your progress, I mean, we just saw the tail end of the importance of the taxonomy within just calculating what you're doing, so that you have some ability to communicate to others what you are doing. And data has just a way to talk to people that's really just able to communicate that information. And that then allows you to share this information, both your successes as well as your challenges, because by sharing some of your challenges, that's where new resources become available. The application process itself is very straightforward. I often compare it to putting an apron on when you're about to bake. It's the beginning of the process. So it's really wonderful, because right away you can get the designation, and then you raise awareness. But the application is just 3 pages, mostly contact information. You create one paragraph about summarizing your initiative, which then winds up being super helpful when you're trying to do outreach. You need 3 letters of support from different community sectors, and there's samples that are available online from other groups. In the Illinois group, we have samples that other organizations can view at, so you can just easily connect. It's easier to get a letter of support if you have a sample to show people what to do. And then if your state has a state dementia-friendly lead, then they would also include a letter of support for you, which also really helps to communicate within the movement so that everybody knows what's going on. As far as connecting to Dementia Friendly America, it couldn't be easier. You just go to the website, and one of the options is this map of the whole United States. And then you can scroll down, you can see towards the bottom that Alabama is listed here. And in some states, there's a lot going on. For instance, in Illinois, this movement has grown quite substantially in the last year or so. And so if you are looking to connect with Janie or myself, you could just go to the Dementia Friendly America website, and our email is available there. And then finally, but really most importantly, what are the benefits of dementia-friendly designation? As the video already referenced, isolation is a huge, huge problem with dementia. Once you receive that diagnosis, it seems like the world around you shuts down because they don't understand it and they don't know how to interact with you. So the response often winds up being to just not communicate with you anymore. And that is profoundly devastating for the families that are impacted. So by doing this work, we're really supporting the people that really are on the front lines of this and dealing with the consequences. By becoming a part of the Dementia Friend, by getting this designation, you also connect to national, at the national level, we have an email list where we can, find out about other opportunities At the state level, at least in the state of Illinois, we have a monthly meeting where all the dementia-friendly communities, as well as those aspiring to become dementia-friendly communities, are welcome. And we share resources. And so oftentimes another community is ahead of what you're doing, and you get inspired by what you're doing, or you're doing something and you inspire another community. So it's a very organic process. Janie already mentioned, but I just want to repeat, all of the materials on the Dementia Friendly America website are free, they're downloadable, they're customizable, and they're oftentimes, 2-3 pages that explain a process. I showed you how we were just working on developing a logo. They actually had 2 different sets of materials of how to create the logo, as well as how to go about creating a dementia-friendly business initiative. So that's really just amazing that there's all these templates that are available. So you could even start using some of these tomorrow if you're interested. But in order to really participate fully, the application process and getting approval, then you tap into the national network. So then you can also use the Dementia-Friendly America logo and its branding. And then you are also, you have at your fingertips the technical support that's available from the Dementia Friendly America team. So the other important things is, once you're doing this work, you really increase your awareness, and your image of yourself, of your organization, your partner or organizations really gets elevated. You get lots of publicity, your work gets highlighted, and as I mentioned, our dementia friendly, the volunteer that does our once a month sessions, she came to us because she saw an article in the paper, and she was super delighted that this thing that she's living with, dementia in her family, that her community cares enough to become a dementia friendly community. And although she's a caregiver and works full time, she says, I want to carve out a little bit. I'd love to volunteer, but I'm so limited. So we figured out she could get trained as a dementia champion is the training, and then you can train dementia friends. And she is delighted, and our folks have been, very happy to receive training from her. And I will also say, when you're out there so visibly working on a topic, you experience the benefits by increased donations. When you're doing good work, people like to support that. And then it also positions you to really have access to pursuing funding from other sources. So now we'll move into the question and discussion section. So I'm going to stop my screen share so that folks can see us a little bit better.
Dorothy, I wanted to mention one of the questions that came up, and I don't know the answer. I'm sorry, I've never looked for this, but the materials from Dementia Friendly America, are they in various languages? Do you know?
I am unsure whether they've started developing materials in other languages. But if you have someone within your network that's able to translate them, I will tell you, if they are not available, Dementia Friendly America would be so happy to then post them there. So again, if they're not available, if you do the work, others will benefit from your work.
That's awesome, Gal. Can you have access to the Q&A, or do you want me to read them to you?
If you could read them, that might be easier.
Happy to do that. First one came in from Jan Buchanan. To both of you, both directors, how many of your members are dealing with dementia or supporting someone with a disease? Besides the Memory Cafe, what other village programs do you offer for this group of individuals?
I will tell you one thing, we have very limited data about this. I was just curious how many people in our community have dementia, and we're just about to get an intern who's going to start digging into this information. It's not easy to get this kind of information.
Okay.
We as a village do not ask for self-reporting in this regard. So like Dorothy, we're not certain how many have dementia, although I will say, in our Memory Cafe, for example, we are open to everyone who wants to come. So it's for both the care partners as well as the people with the who have received the diagnosis as well. Mm-hmm. So again, it's not a good metric for how many people actually in our geography or in our membership are living with dementia. I will say that we continue with our Memory Cafe. when we started the village, we did it live. Then when COVID came, we pivoted to Zoom, of course, and now we've gone back live for 3 months, but we have a totally different audience of people who attended on Zoom versus who come in person. And so now we're thinking of doing a separate memory, so 2 memory cafes, one that would be totally virtual and one that would be strictly in person, because we want to serve everybody. And the other thing that we want to begin would be a support group for both people with dementia or cognitive issues and the care partners, separate groups. So one of the issues with the support groups for caregivers is that they have issues of they're not comfortable leaving home. They may not be able to afford or have anyone who can stay with their loved one. So what we would hope to do is have 2 separate support groups at the same time, so both can come. So that would be another initiative that we would be offering in the near future in the South Loop.
So we've had a couple questions and you're going to lead right into it, Dorothy and Janie. Explain a memory cafe. People are asking. So I know what it is, but a lot of folks are asking.
So a memory cafe is really a social event for people with dementia and their care partners to come together for an hour, hour and a half to enjoy things like a craft. We always offer a craft. Things are forever focused around a theme. So every memory cafe, we have them monthly, has a theme. This month, I believe it will be Halloween. So we'll have a craft related to Halloween, and people can make things. We have a crafter who designs something. We provide the materials, and then people sit around a table and make crafts if they want to. We always offer some sort of food. I'm continually encouraging my committee members to make sure that's healthy food. They like to offer candy. I try to stay away from that. We always offer a physical activity, so we feel it's important to get people moving. And it generally is some sort of chair exercise, or it might be partnered with music, because we always have a music segment as well, because music is so important for people living with dementia. I don't know how many people saw the Tony Bennett thing on Sunday night on 60 Minutes, but this is exactly how it works with people with dementia. The minute the music starts, they start singing and they start moving, and it's you discover a whole different person when you have music. So we always have music, and a lot of times we have some sort of dancing or movement that goes along with the music. So it's an hour to an hour and a half. People socialize. It's a social activity, and people seem to really enjoy it. We have people that are coming with a spouse or with a sibling, or we have kids or young adults coming with their older adult parent. It's always an interesting mix of people who come to the Memory Cafe, but that's basically what it is.
So we've had a question in the Q&A, and it's an interesting question. I have to agree. Do you have any ideas on using another word, or has anybody talked about using another word besides dementia? And the person who asked this also said, Merriam-Webster synonyms are deranged, insanity, lunacy, madness, mania, rage. We could come up with a different language for this life-altering,
right,
disease.
I think, part of it could be that it's by using it, and I've already experienced it in our village, that the first time I used the word dementia friend with someone, she said, "Oh, that's an awful term." But then I explained to her what we were trying to do, that we were really trying to get rid of some of that. I mean, the reason we have that reaction is because we currently have a stigma associated with it. But there have been movements, queer is one of those words where it used to have a really negative connotation, but it's been reclaimed by people wanting to use that term in a positive way. So I think that the choice of saying dementia friend is intentional, because it's really working about destigmatizing it. And if you've used it in a positive term in multiple situations, it becomes now a word that is just a negative word.
Well, I think we are out of time. We thank you, Dorothy and Janie. We appreciate all your information, and we hope that you get some funding. Susan Hamilton asked if you're getting funding, but you can put it in the chat. And we're gonna ask our next presenters to come on, and thanks so much.
Thank you. Thanks everyone for attending.
Bye.
Okay, all right. So let's get Abigail and Ava. And are they?
We're doing it together in the same room.
Oh, I forgot. Yes, that's right. Okay, this is wonderful. Okay. So there, you should be able to turn on your video now.
Oh, there we go. It works.
Yeah.
And Steve, you have our PowerPoint.
Yep. And I'm gonna grab that here real quick.
Let's move it. How do we move it?
And let's see. Just want to make sure I get the most recent one. We've got two of them. And
This is why I brought this.
Okay, well,
Okay,
welcome Abigail and Ava. We look forward to your presentation.
And here we go. All right.
Not us.
No,
Oh,
wrong one.
holy cow. All right. You know, you can always tell when it's the last
The last day.
yeah.
It's
Okay.
DuPont Circle.
Oh no, I know which one it is. I'm just testing you guys.
It worked.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see here.
We need another Kermit the Frog video.
Wait a second. Okay, hold on a sec.
Steve, is titled What DuPont Circle Learned.
Yeah, no, that's what I clicked on, and click on it, Travis, and you'll see what you get.
Travis, can you pull it up?
I'm opening it now. Let me take a look.
Okay, and then I'm gonna go see if I can find. Whoops. And folks, I just remind you that if we were at a live event, we could be waiting much longer for somebody to walk to the stage. So this is, enjoy the extra time to go refill your coffee cup or what have you. Are you getting the same thing I got, Travis?
Yes.
Okay.
You want me to resend it?
I'm looking at my emails.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm trying to find the email where it was sent.
It's being sent to you again.
Okay, great. Yeah, I tell you.
Did you send it to me, Eva?
Yeah, I definitely will send it to you. Oops.
You can all imagine what me, Barbara, and Travis's emails look like with village to village communication these last few days. While we're doing that, why don't Why don't I, while we're doing this, why don't I give a big shout out again to all the great sponsors that have been supporting this conference, and encourage you all to go to the exhibit hall. Again, big shout out to AARP, who is the platinum sponsor, the gold sponsors, Run My Village and Helpful Village, and the silver sponsors, Final Exit Network and the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau. In addition, we've got some great exhibitors that supported the exhibit hall. Those include Dwell Assured, Home Instead Charities, Speedsta, Concern, Vitality Society, George's and Company, AARP Staying Sharp, Cami Vision, Sterling Volunteers, Silver Nest, Federal Trade Commission, and Intuition Robotics. Okay, we haven't any luck yet?
I got it.
Oh, you got it? Okay. All right, Barbara, this is great. You get a turn at running a slideshow.
Thanks, Barbara.
You're welcome. Hang on.
We were doing this intentionally because she was really jealous because Travis and I have been running slideshows.
That's because I let the professionals do it, not me. Here we go, girls. Sorry about the delay.
No worries.
Tack it
It would
on
have
at the
probably
end.
happened with us.
Okay.
Perfect. Barbara, can you go to the next slide?
Yeah, hang on. I got to start it from the beginning. And
I usually use just the down button on my keyboard.
okay, good. No problem.
Okay, great. Thank you, everybody, and sorry for that. And good afternoon. My name is Ava Lucero. I'm the director of the DuPont Circle Village. I am joined by Abigail Wiebenson, a DCV founding member and presently DCV's membership activities co-chair. We are very grateful to Barbara and her staff and the Village to Village Network to be able to present again this year. The first slide, I just want to give a little bit of a snapshot of our village before we proceed. As you can see, we're 13 years old. Out of those 254 members, 51 of those are part of our open village category, which is our subsidized membership. So that's about 22%. We are in a very urban area. So we're an urban village. According to the AARP livability score, we are at 50%, 57%, which means that there's a lot of access and lots of convenience, amenities abound, and we are walking distance to the National Mall, the Smithsonian Institution, all the museums, the Georgetown waterfront, and the Potomac River. We have about 10 committees. All of this is achieved with a staff of 2 and members of all of these committees, that we're able to be doing all the stuff that we actually do in our village. Can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. That being said, DCV has consistently sought ways to identify member interests and needs. We've deliberately created several ways to accomplish this. During our time together, we will share our experience and wisdom in hopes that you will benefit from what we've learned and we continue to learn. This slide illustrates the 4 intentional outcomes of our efforts. We will elaborate on each and then open the floor for your questions towards the end. Can you please go to the next slide?
Yeah, hello, everybody. I co-chair the Membership and Activities Committee. The Membership Committee started with just being one, but we put the 2 of them together because we thought it made a lot of sense for us to be working in the same way. So the Membership and Activities Committee has about a dozen members. We meet every other week, and we meet for about an hour every other week. And Ava joins us, so does our board chair, and so do other people as they're needed. The last slide that you'll see, but not now, is a little definition of the committee, and that might be helpful to some of you who are looking to see more definition of what we do. Our mission statement is at the end, and so I think we could probably be called the Connection Committee, because it feels like almost everything that we do is to connect members, connect people with their feelings, connect people, giving people a sense of belonging in our village. It started out, the membership committee being, when we started, we were about 80% getting members and 20% taking care of them. Now it's really shifted. I think really the way it is now is about 80% is taking care of members and 20% is getting new members. See, a couple of things that you see on your screen here are about phone calls and social hours and coffee and conversation. I suspect a number of you have this sort of thing. What I think is pertinent to the phone calls, social hours, and coffee and conversation is this. We are always looking at ways for people to feel like they belong. So the phone calls began years ago with just friendly phone calls to a few people that we had identified probably needed a little more attention. Then when the pandemic came, like so many of you, we decided we would get in touch with every member in the village. And so we had about 24 callers calling about 8 to 10 people. And that's the way, and they called them on a regular basis, with some questions being scripted and other questions just seeing what they heard. What we learned from these phone conversations, which is what I'm sure that you have found as well, is they were as good for the callers as they were for the callees. And some really important information came out of it, which we passed on to Ava. And as well, we just learned a lot about villages, and a lot of relationships got formed. Same with the social hours. So they have begun again since the pandemic. One of the things we learned was that people really wanted to be connected in smaller groups. So these social hours, villagers who have an outside space, ask about 8 to 10 people. We organize it so 8 to 10 people come. And what we're thinking about now is how to make the same groups meet continuously, because after the initial social hours, people wanted to do more of that and have the same people in that. Coffee and conversation happens every Thursday, and that's an hour, and it's hosted by, or it's led by a member of the village, and just brings together whoever wants to sign up to be there together. So those are 3 areas, and if you have more questions, ask them later.
I just want to talk briefly. One of our most popular benefits is our member listserv. We have 2. People are able to post among the membership questions about doctors, questions about contractors, any kind of information. Someone has free tickets, but that's used pretty much every day. We have also an unfiltered member listserv, and that's where they can actually discuss politics, put silly things on. But those are 2 unmoderated listservs that have been extremely helpful for connecting our village members to one another. When the pandemic started, we in the office decided that we wanted to be in contact every single day with the members. So we actually started sending out a morning message, and it has continued to this day, whether it be a music video, a funny cartoon, or just a simple inspirational message to make sure that we're staying connected during the pandemic. One of the most popular programs that we've come across during the pandemic was the Department on Aging and Community Living had an iPad program to help alleviate some of the social isolation that some of our members were feeling. And it was across the district, and the iPad program, 8 of our members were eligible. And if they took the computer classes and learned how to use their computer and got emails, they were allowed to keep the iPad and also are given free internet. Ours has been extremely successful. The internet access is actually for the next 2 years. And one of the best things they have done for the members that qualified was that they connected them with the public libraries. So they not only have access to audio books, but they also have access to streaming movies and other online programs. And then lastly, another way we keep connected is with our monthly newsletter. It's published every month except in August. And lately, we've also been, just to make sure that we know the pulse of our membership, we've been sending out surveys. The last one that was sent out was actually more among the 13 villages, which we are a member of in the district. And we did a member satisfaction survey that had about 20 questions, and about 65 of our members responded, and we got a lot of good feedback regarding on how we're doing and how we can actually do better. Next slide, please.
So we are always in a work in progress, building community. And we just thought a couple of examples of what, not only what we did, but the effect that they had would be useful for you. So the mask makers happened, of course, in the first weeks of the pandemic. What a couple of members said, you know, we could make masks for everybody. And so they did. And so we had sewing machines going and people exchanging patterns and what was best. And then we personally delivered those masks to every single member in our village. Huge appreciation for that. People were so scared, as you remember, during the beginning, and it really helped calm people down. The birthday bags are an iteration that's happened because, of course, we couldn't be together. So we celebrate birthdays. We celebrate birthdays in two ways. At the beginning of every month, we have 4 members who each take 3 months each and send an electronic birthday card to everybody. But then we have 2 other members who bake cookies and little cakes. And so we have birthday bags, and we write notes and put these confections in the bags. And then we in our walking group deliver them again to every member whose birthday it is during that month, as close to their birthday day as they can get. We thought it was going to talk about Thanksgiving and holiday meals, but after the holiday meals, we thought, oh, it's a long time before we get to spring. What could we do that would be sort of a pick-me-up after the holidays? And so we decided one year that we'd send Valentine postcards. So we wrote these goofy little ditties. Last year's Valentines are red, the sky is blue. We look forward to once again spending time with you. And so we had people come into the office and they wrote these personally on every Valentine card. And then we sent them, we sent all the ones that could be sent and delivered a couple of them. Huge appreciation for that. The typical, your postcard really made my day. It was typically what we heard. We were really surprised. We thought people would think it was too corny. No, they didn't think it was corny.
She's right. It was, we've got a lot of positive feedback about our Valentine cards. We, like many villages, we actually provide Thanksgiving meals for people in our village who request one. We have a cadre of people who will cook. We provide them with some protein, some sides, some beverages, and we do enough so that they can invite someone if they don't have anyone to eat with. We've been doing that for years now. Now, it used to be that the food was donated by one of the local grocery stores. Now it's been shifted to where members actually make the turkeys and the sides, and we all come to the office and we have this big gathering of people stuffing and putting the Thanksgiving meals together. We do the same thing for other holidays. In December, we have our holiday bags and we try to fill them with little goodies from Hanukkah and Christmas, and with little treats. And again, and small gifts. And again, we deliver them to all our members. Another meal that is often shared among our members is Seder. When the Passover Seder happens, we have a number of members who invite other members to their homes to celebrate. And now we're up to having wait lists. So many people want to partake. This is all building the community among our membership all the time. We're always looking for new ways of really including our members with each other. Next slide, please.
So camaraderie. So we certainly are interested in how grounded people feel. It's not just how connected they feel, but how grounded they feel. We had a lot of anxiety and worry in the last couple of years. So a couple of the events that we do, yoga and meditation, are for people who are interested in looking inside themselves. And Ava's found some really wonderful people to work with us. We have seated yoga, and when we have floor yoga, and then meditation. Meditation is twice a week for a half an hour, and yoga is once a week for an hour. Yes, we have a couple of events that are kind of works in progress that aren't listed here, and thought you might like to know about that. So as we've gotten older, of course, we have many more people in their 80s. And so we have an 80s group, and we bring people together. And one of the things that we've been concerned about is not enough people who are 80 have signed up for it. So we're now going on an outreach to everybody in the village who is an octogenarian, and asking them what they're interested in, because we know that this is a group that really has some camaraderie there, men as well as women, and we're always on the lookout for things that men in particular will enjoy. We've also started biking. We've made a conscious effort recently to attract more younger, older people. And so biking is one of those things that we had a really successful first run. We have wonderful bike trails here in Washington, D.C. And so we took one of those.
On some other stuff, we actually provide one program every single day of the week, Monday through Friday, whether it be yoga, meditation, Feldenkrais, or the gym workouts. There is something to do in our village for our members every single day. I thought initially when someone approached me about a memoir writing class, I would be a one-off, but it's become such a beloved class that we're actually going on our third year. She likes it to be small, 6 people, and she works with them for 6 weeks, and they all produce various writing submissions that we actually did a whole newsletter of just their writings at one point. But again, we will be working with our memoir writing teacher again this spring. Our knitting is one of our most popular programs. The women who are in the knitting group have produced all kinds of items, not only for our gala, but for, didn't they? Like
we did caps for preemies. There are about 25 of us, about 10 to 12 people show up each time. It's sort of like the old-fashioned quilting group. We've gotten to be very close. And memoir, one of the things about the memoir group that's happened is that, again, like the social hours, people have wanted to continue. So after they've finished their 6 weeks with B, we have gone on to keep these groups going because they wanted to.
And then lastly, the gala and our celeb salons are 2 of our funding streams. Because of the pandemic, we had to move them to virtual events. And the celeb salons we invite local celebrities to come and speak to our groups. And it used to be a fundraiser, but because we've moved it online, it is actually free. And we, during the pandemic, we actually did 44. That was unheard of. We had always done about 2 a month before. So that has really shifted on how we do evening events. That's one of the events that's in the evening. Our gala, we do one every single year. And strangely enough, we had our first virtual gala this past spring, and it was the most money we ever made. There was a number of reasons for that, but we found it to be extremely successful and a real moneymaker. And the whole event has been taped, and it's on our website if you want to view it. Can we have the next slide, please?
So caring groups. So we are particularly concerned about how to keep track of people who have had either momentary things go wrong in their lives, the loss of somebody or an accident that's happened that's hurt their mobility or whatever it might be. So Ava's going to talk at length about them, but I'm just going to talk about one, which is the meal mavens. So when we notice that there's something awry with somebody, we offer a meal maven meal, and we deliver up to 8 meals a week. Now, this is not a meal program. This is more an I am caring about you friendly meal offering. So we have teams of 2, And so once a month, each of those team makes between 4 and 8 meals, puts them in bags, writes a little note, and then the teams deliver those bags to the recipients.
One of our most concentrated caring programs that we have for our members is our care groups. It began in 2018 when we realized that some members needed extensive or intensive volunteer services in order for them to maintain or return to their independence. So we created these care groups. There are 3 types that we have. We have ones that are just for friendly visits. We'll get a group of volunteers who will actually go in on a regular basis and have friendly visits or calls with a member. The second one is a little more intensive. It's actually a crisis intervention. And that could be somebody is had some kind of a fall and he needs immediate help. And so we get 5 to 6 volunteers together and we make sure that that person has rides to the hospital, is going to be there when they come back to their home. And then it'll be continuous checking in for the next, as long as they need us. As of, I think 2 weeks ago, we have had 34 care groups and we have used 146 volunteers for all of these programs. The reasons were that we were seeing that people that needed more intensive help because of their challenging medical needs, diminishing abilities connected to aging, and feelings of isolation. We have, the way we keep track of the information that each of our care groups has is we have paid for a care group platform. And 4 of us in the village have access to it, and every volunteer actually reports back on a daily basis on how that particular member is doing. So myself, our social worker, we do have a social worker, and our temporary healthcare navigator who has a medical background, we review all of the reports and make sure that we're headed in the right way and that this person is getting better and they're not hopefully going back into the hospital. That is the actual goal, that we can keep them at home with a little support from the village. We're right now we're seeking to hire a healthcare navigator, technically a registered nurse, someone with a medical background to supplement all the help that our social worker gives our program. Lastly, another thing that we've been doing for 3 or 4 years, it started on our listserv when someone complained that they were unable to get the shingles vaccine. Well, we thought what we could do is let's start a partnership with a pharmacy, and we did. And we started our immunization clinics. We do 2 a year. We have actually 4 coming up because of the COVID booster. We have one Tuesday and then Friday, and then we have 2 in November, and hopefully the Moderna booster will be available then. But one of the biggest things that we did during the pandemic was that out of sheer luck, we made connections with Georgetown MedStar Health, and we were able to get anybody in our village who needed a COVID vaccine. We scheduled their appointments, and we got 95% of our village vaccinated within about 2 weeks, as soon as the vaccine came out. And then we opened it up to the rest of the 13 villages in the district, and then we opened it up to the community. So overall, we were able to provide about 350 vaccinations to our neighbors by scheduling their appointments. We are very proud of that. Okay, and lastly, we have we participate in the GoGo Grandparent, and that is a transportation program that we allow all our members actually to use if we are unable to get them transportation to any of their medical appointments. Because we are, I just want to show you one thing. I want to show you our members of concern chart. So you'll see, you could talk to this. If you could go to the next slide. This is how we kind of keep track of members in our village who are on our radar for various reasons. We put them in different color-coded categories to make sure that we have our eye on them. And of course, red is urgent, ongoing attention needed. And we always assign someone to follow up with how they're doing. And then if once we hear that they've gotten better, we move to yellow and then green. And then eventually they do not need to be on our radar anymore when they move to the blue zone. And then members who have died are, of course, in the last category.
We meet every 2 weeks to go over this list and update it so that we're always, people give us information from a lot of different places.
Exactly. I think that's all the time we have, but we have a little time since we started late for any questions.
Yeah, you have time. We're going to bump. We already let the
Okay.
others know. We're going to
Good.
give you a little
So
time.
can you give us the next slide, please?
Sure.
Let's, yeah. And then if people want the description of the membership activities committee, it's the very last slide. But why don't we keep it, yep, there it is. Why don't we keep it on just the prior one and see if there are any questions people have.
Somebody else has to jump into questions because I can't do it, I don't think. Hang on.
Want me to read them, Steve?
I can answer that very first one. What service do you use for the listservs? We use our Google listservs.
Yeah.
It's
Oh, good.
extremely friendly, and we have our own, and it's we've been using it the whole time we've been in existence. Paid versus unpaid activities.
So there are a few in the Q&A. One from Janet Simpson. Were the callers members or volunteers? It was earlier in your presentation.
It's a good question.
Yep, all the callers are members. Doesn't mean they couldn't be volunteers, but it worked that way because we really want members to know one another. So that was part of our planning for that.
I can address this paid versus unpaid. We actually.
Okay, and paid versus unpaid activities. This is a question from Jan Buchanan.
Sure. Actually, our members don't pay for anything. We cover most everything. Like we've gotten some funding, which covers a lot of programming, and we use it for programming. So all of our activities are free to our members.
So Jackie Sullivan asks, it's one thing you have a support daily program, assuming you do them in person. How large is the space you occupy, square footage?
Okay, that's a good question. We actually, we're in a weird area of the district where we don't have access to a library in our community or a recreation center, so we rent out space. And we've rented out space for years with a church nearby for all of the yoga activities. The gym workouts are actually at a gym. And the Feldenkrais is such a smaller program that we can do it within our office. And we have a big outer room where we can, there's only about 5 or 6 there that it fits the Feldenkrais fine.
Yoga is online.
So Suzanne asks any more details on Meal Mavens. Maybe that's something you can put in the chat and let us know more details on, you know, your Meal Mavens.
If you want to email Ava or me, I started the Meal Maven program, so I'm
Here's
very
Abigail's right here. So we'll capture your email and put it in the chat, okay? What platform is being used?
For
I don't know.
Our database is Club Express.
Okay. Jan Buchanan also asks, is your healthcare navigator or social work paid by the village or by its members?
Paid by the village. It's one of their benefits.
Oh, good question, Jackie Sullivan. Is your concern color produced by a system or is it manually developed chart?
Manually developed. That's why we meet every 2 weeks and we just update it.
Yeah.
Right.
It's really a Excel spreadsheet.
good question from Elaine. Do you have relationships with home health organizations in your area?
We do, and we use them. Our social worker uses them as the referrals when people need some help in their home. We definitely have some that we always recommend.
An interesting twist is there any vetting for volunteers for the Go-Go grandparents? I mean, they vet their own. It's an employee.
They vet their own.
Yeah. See, we have time for one more question. When you use the term vetted for volunteers, you're assuming that their background check was performed on them and they're taking the volunteer training. That's pretty.
Yes, we use IntelliCore to vet all our volunteers. All our volunteers go through training and are vetted.
Okay, terrific. Well, great presentation, tons of information, tons. What a great program. Thank you for sharing. And sorry for the Murphy's Law, which,
no worries.
You know what?
Thank you for bringing it up.
Murphy's Zoom
Right.
Law. I mean, it's like, we knew something would go wrong in the 3 days.
Morning it came up. Steve showed me it this morning.
All's well that ends well. It's good.
So good. Thank you all.
Thanks again,
so
Barbara.
much.
Thank you.
Anytime. All right. Next, we're going to invite Larry Toy and Catherine Izuzu from La Miranda Village, who's going to come on and talk about village life post-pandemic.
Okay,
So
and I'm
we're pulling him
bringing
over.
Larry over. Larry, if there we go. And if you all want to turn on your, oh, Catherine, I gotta find Catherine.
I see Denise Snyder there.
Yep, I'm gonna
Is
get.
Denise supposed to be there, or?
Oh, I'll get her out, and then I've got.
I got her out.
Okay, I've got two Catherines, so I'm bringing both of them over, but the real Catherine, please come up on stage. All right.
There's Catherine right there. Okay.
All right.
Okay, terrific.
And well, we know we have your PowerPoint, so but yeah, I think you all were going to run it yourselves, correct?
I think there was a black when we did it this morning.
No, it's fine. When you put it in live, it's fine.
Oh, okay. Okay, then I can share. But
Yeah, but we're ready just in case it. Okay, so if you just click share screen.
should we start?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Can you see it?
Advance your slide. I think we might have that same problem that we had.
Oh, here. Is that better?
There,
It's getting
perfect.
better. It's getting better, yes.
Yes, now it's good.
Okay.
All right, well, I'm going to start and then Catherine's going to take over and I'm going to finish up. I'm Larry Toy and I'm president of La Miranda Village. And I also am a member of the B2VN board. And I'd like to go to the next slide. This is our title, How Our Village Thrived During the COVID-19 Crisis. La Miranda Village is located in San Francisco East Bay. If you know the East Bay at all, just to our our west is Berkeley and Oakland, and to our east is Walnut Creek. So if you know that area, we are composed of 3 towns, Lafayette, Moraga, and Orinda, and we have a total population of about 62,000 people in the three towns. We are in what we would call an upper middle class, semi-rural suburban area. And you can see in 2019, we actually had a stamp of our area of Orinda, California on a forever stamp. You can see on the upper right-hand corner. In 2015, we opened our doors, and we were very successful initially with both raising money and getting members. And we had almost 100 members when we started. And we thought we were doing really well, and we thought we would be up to 200 members in no time. Next slide. Well, it didn't turn out that way. We basically stalled at 100 members. Unfortunately, we had set a budget based on 200 members, and we started losing money every year. And by 2018, we had started with very good fundraising, but we were down to about $60,000, and we're on our way down toward nothing by 2018. So we had a big pivot at that point and made some hard decisions and basically changed the way we operated in terms of our particular expenditures. And by 2 years later, we were still at the same number of members, about 110, but we had raised our reserves to about $140,000, which gave us 1 year in the bank, which turns out to be very important for us to go on. Well, the big surprise was COVID, of course, in March of 2020. And I thought I was going to have a nice, calm presidency when I started in November of 2019. And 4 months later, we were in COVID. And the good news is within the last 18 months, we have actually doubled our membership to 210 members. We've increased our cash on hand to $300,000, and we now have a 2-year reserve. And today we'll tell you what we did, what happened, and we'll talk about shopping help, our Zoom-in presentations, our check-in calls, our emergency go bags, and our vaccines. And Catherine's going to take over.
Hi, thank you for having us. So I want to bring you back to March 2020, specifically March 12th, 2020. At that time, we had our very last in-person board meeting. We were indoors without our masks on. We did have a bottle of sanitizer on the desk, and we talked about what was going on. We recognized that the virus was especially dangerous for older adults and that we would need a lot more help. So through that weekend, we started going, scouring social medias, next door neighbors, local Facebook links, and looking for people who had posted that they would like to help their older neighbors. By the end of the weekend, we had about 30 volunteers. So 30 new volunteers. So come Monday, we get a phone call from a local, small, family-owned grocery store named Dacl Foods. They had been inundated with calls from their older shoppers, and they asked for help. So we said, yes, of course we would help. We had, on one hand, older adults who needed help, and on the other hand, we had wonderful community people who had stepped up and volunteered to help. So the village is the perfect organization to connect the two. So we started a shelter-in-place free shopping program for all seniors in our community. By Tuesday, we were connecting volunteers to service requests, and on Wednesday, a local TV station wanted to do a story on our program. Prior to that, it was all about long lines at the grocery store, empty shelves, lack of toilet paper. This was probably one of the first positive news stories that they've had in weeks. After that, of course, our program explodes. We offered free shopping services for all seniors in our community to any store and to any pharmacy. And when the restaurants opened up, we offered free delivery from restaurants as well. We shopped for over 350 senior households. We completed over 1,800 grocery and pharmacy deliveries. We were one of the first organizations ready to help during this pandemic. And because of that, we gained over 200 new volunteers. We partnered with the local NCL, National Charity League, a mother and daughter service organization. And all of our volunteers were just fantastic. They were so useful for this program. From a senior's call to delivery, it was about 1 to 4 days, averaging about 2.5 for delivery day. To give you a comparison, at that same time, Instacart was 7 days out. And then on the 7th day, you would get an email saying, I'm sorry, your order has been canceled. So we were very, very excited for our program to be working so well. And we were grateful to be able to help seniors in our community stay sheltered and safe during this chaos. So how did we do it? We created a temporary free shelter-in-place membership for Loma Linda Village using the software Helpful Village. We used Helpful Village to enter the data for over 350 new memberships and for over 200 new volunteers. We were able to train our volunteers easily and quickly on how to use this software. So once everyone was entered, when a senior called to make a grocery request, we would enter it into Helpful Village. And after that, it became automated for us. Helpful Village would send out an email to the volunteers with a list of service requests. A volunteer can select the service that was most convenient for them. And then once they click on it, they would be able to see the contact information for the senior requesting help. They were able to call that senior and coordinate with the grocery list and also the delivery date and time. We could not have done what we did, served as many seniors as we did, without the ease and functionality of Helpful Village. Social isolation was a huge concern during this pandemic. We were an early adopter of the Zoom. We collected iPads from the community, and we taught our members how to use the devices and how to log on to Zoom. This is a picture of Virginia. She is on the phone as she was receiving instructions on how to log in. But once her screen came up, it was very fun to see that she showed up with a quarantini. So combating isolation, we expanded our social educational offerings to 4 to 5 times per week. The Zoom activities that we had were from our in-person. We moved them into and expanded them. We had weekly meditation class. We had weekly chair yoga. We had an open discussion. We also had a turning point bereavement gathering. And we reserved Fridays for presentations. We had many experts in their field who would come and give talks on various topics. And we also had timely COVID presentations that help keep us informed and also less scared of the uncertainty that was going on. It was really, really nice to see everybody and connect and just know that we were all in this together. We also started using Helpful Village's buddy check-in system. Our volunteers would call our members and check in with them, and we were able to log in over 2,000 calls during this time period. With the calls were logged into Helpful Village to follow up on service requests and any other issues that they might have. We had weekly updates. We have a medical doctor who's one of our members. He would gather current COVID information, distill it, and put it on email for our members to keep us all informed. We also had a member who was a classical music aficionado. If you remember, at that time, there were no concerts going on, no live music, but he would gather all of the free musical events that and put them on an email for our members to enjoy every week. So we thought the virus would die in the summer, you know, same as the flu, but come July 2020, we realized we were very wrong. So we created a new introductory membership. It was $25 a month. We continued our free shelter-in-place memberships, but the $25 a month was for members who felt like they wanted to contribute to all the services that they were receiving. We expected that these two memberships would end April 1st, which is the beginning of our fiscal year. And at that time, we would convert and ask them to join us as regular members. 2020 happened to be a double whammy. Not only did we have the pandemic to deal with, we also had the worst wildfire season on record in California. We received a grant. We were lucky to receive a grant from one of our members' family foundations, and we were able to put together 350 emergency go bags and filled them with supplies to be delivered to our members. Come January, at the very height of the pandemic, when the vaccinations were newly introduced, it was impossible to get an appointment at our county website. It was nearly impossible to navigate our county website on how to get an appointment. We had one of our volunteers mention to us that and connect us with a local doctor who had been granted access to the vaccine. From the very first meeting on Monday, we were able to mobilize and set up a pop-up drive-through clinic at the local school. We recruited 120 volunteer doctors, nurses, and non-clinicians, and we vaccinated about 600 seniors, including 100 La Miranda Village members. This was all done in the space of Monday to clinic on that weekend. This is probably the first drive-through clinic in Northern California to happen, and it might have been the first drive-through clinic throughout the country. We were once again featured in local press and media. Here's a short video of a tour of our clinic. It's a little bit choppy as we had to chop it down. I hope you enjoy it. We heard from many seniors that went through our clinic that when they turned the corner and saw all the tents lined up and all the people to help that were there to help, that they got emotional. We were very lucky to have a beautiful day in January, that when they got to sit outside in the sun, maybe for the first time since the pandemic started, being outside talking to other people, they could feel the relief and the weight of the whole last year come off their shoulder. It was, you can feel it, it was palpable. And we did hear often from we heard many times from our volunteers that this was one of the most meaningful and rewarding services that they have ever participated in.
Okay, thank you, Catherine. So April 1st marked the beginning of our new fiscal year. And of the 350 people who we had served, over 100 of them joined us as full new members, which meant we had doubled our pre-COVID membership. Our goal, which we had when we began in 2015, was finally realized of having 200 members. This also allowed us to reduce our fees by more than 50%. And this was just quite amazing. We received so many contributions from the community, even people who didn't know about us before, did not receive any of our services, but they read or heard about what we did, and they were sending us checks in appreciation for the work that we had done. Next. Yes. We also created a new membership category for our initial members who were regular members who wanted to continue with their old dues, that is paying basically twice as much as the other people. And the difference would be counted as a contribution and was tax deductible. And so far, half of our regular members have become patron members. So we're very appreciative of that. And we've continued to have about a 90% renewal rate, which we've had basically since the beginning of La Miranda Village. We've also got many grants and donations. We had the federal loan of $13,000, which was forgiven. One of our local communities, their foundation, gave us $12,000, partially in recognition of the work we did, an increase from $2,000 a year, which we've gotten in previous years. California instituted a small business grant program, which we qualified for, and actually last June we got $15,000. We've also applied, and you should if you have employees, the employee retention credit. We don't know exactly how much that will be, but that's in process now. And we've also participated with the local Rotary in car donation program, and so far we've received $10,000 from that program. So the major increase in donations allowed us to have really a great operating reserve, and we are now really well known in our community where we weren't before. The key takeaways, I'd like to give you 5 key takeaways to this. First, we had to always remember that our members and seniors, older adults, come first. So whatever we're thinking about, they come first. We were also very opportunistic. We saw an opportunity and we grabbed it. Something that sometimes we didn't hesitate. We also had great speed in our decision-making and action. For example, Catherine mentioned the shopping. From the day we were asked to shop, we had, took us 2 days to begin shopping, which is quite amazing. It took us 5 days from the beginning of our COVID vaccine program to the actual 2-day drive-in clinic where we serve 600 people. Very important to toot your own horn. And so we made sure that local TV stations, the local newspapers knew about what we were doing. And the last one is keep your eye on the prize. And the prize for us was how to help the village, how to help your own village. And so, for example, when we started our shopping program, instead of just shopping for anyone in the community who is an older adult, we made them free members. So they started getting our information and became on our list, got on our email lists, and so forth. So this was very important to allow us to then be able to recruit them in the future to become full members of La Miranda Village. Next. Yeah. Continuing efforts. We more recently were able to obtain a stock of N95 masks that were available from Amazon and other sources, and we gave 4 masks to every member, every active volunteer, and every major donor. We've been awarded a new grant from the Lafayette Juniors, which is a social organization in one of our communities for 2022. We don't know exactly how much it'll be, but in the past it's been in the 5 figures. And we this year started a legacy giving program, which so far we've had 3 of our members commit to putting La Miranda Village in their wills and so forth. And that's for our long-term survival and thriving. And I think that's it. Thank you, and we can answer some questions.
That was great. We have, I mean, you guys, Catherine, if you want to address some of the ones in the chat, because you can see those, and I can actually go through the ones in the Q&A if you want. First and foremost, how did you deal with the payment for groceries?
That's a good question. We asked that be between the volunteers and the members. So when the volunteer did the shopping, they would call the member from the store with a receipt and say, this is how much it is. By the time they dropped it off, the member would have a check written under the doorstep. The drop off was on the door, on the porch, and they would just pick up their check.
Oh, great.
So no cost.
Okay, good. Were the iPads donated or purchased? And if they were purchased, were they discounted?
No, they were donated. We asked our community. We went to our local high schools and we went and just posted, if anybody has a used iPad they are no longer using, that we would be happy to accept them and use them to teach older adults to Zoom. So people were very pleased with that.
Great. Sarah asked, will you talk a little bit about your legacy program and how do you approach recruit? I know that's a big topic, and
we started it this year, and we actually have been visiting. We started with our longtime members and those who have donated to us before, and have our development committee. We have a consultant and our chair have been actually visiting people in their homes, asking them about La Miranda Village and how they liked La Miranda Village. And we've gotten very positive responses. And people have said, yes, I'll use my, I think a couple of people have used their donor advised fund, and some others have used other mechanisms for that. And I think we'll talk about that perhaps in V2VN as something that other villages may be interested in doing. Let's see. Let me answer one question that I saw. We were charging $1,200 a year for a couple and $840 a year for an individual for full membership. And we were able to reduce that to $600 a year for a couple and $360 a year, $1 a day for an individual. So we've been able to drop our membership fees considerably.
Can I also answer a question? I think somebody asked who entered the data. Yes, we had new volunteers come in, and we had a handful of people who were entering the data for the 350 new SIP memberships onto Helpful Village. And it was very easy to train them, and it was very easy for them to figure out how to do it once that got going. I think that was Edie. who was asking.
Great. I see one more from Catherine Danner. Is the Dell Web community a major source of your initial funding or membership?
I don't know the Dell Web community. Is that Rossmore you're talking about, perhaps? We don't have a Dell Web. I don't know of a Dell Web community in our area unless that might be Rossmore. That is actually not in our service area. We do have about 20 members who belong from that area, but it's actually not in our service area.
And I did actually in the chat mention, somebody asked about the employee retention credit, which if you guys, I mean, we put this in the forums, the network forums, and Larry was very involved in getting this to, the frontmost of villages to look at. We as the network also applied for it and waiting the status. If you have a payroll company, but you can go on the irs.gov and you can look it up, but there's also some information in our forums on how to navigate that. So I'd be happy to repost it so we don't take up a lot of time here. And then last but not least, your villages have a high percentage of non-member volunteers and younger volunteers, in addition to the partnership with mother-daughter organizations. Does your village have any programs that encourage participation of non-members of the younger generation?
Besides NCL, which is a mother and daughter partnership or organization, we also partner with Boys Teen Charity. They come every other week to help with in-house needs or just minor household needs or gardening needs. We also have a program called Zoomers to Boomers, which is a partnership with our local high school Miramani Interact group. They help us with tech issues that come up.
Perfect.
And
well, thank you, Catherine and Larry. We appreciate your time. Sorry we ran a little late, but we gave you the extra time afterwards.
Thank you.
So I think we'll get back on track. We'll have a 10-minute break. Thank you for all the information, and please continue to put things in the chat. I'm sure Catherine will monitor it to see if there's any other questions, and we'll go from there. And we'll see you at 3:15 for our last session of the day.
Thank you for having us.
Thank you. Thank you. Take care, everyone.
Okay.
I'm gonna, Steve, I'm gonna do this.
Oh, great.
Okay. And those who are listening, I just want to put a little plug in for Village to Village Network. Please consider a tax donation to the Village to Village Network. We need your financial support as we go into the next decade to scale our movement. In this exciting time, but we do need your support. Thank you so much for your consideration.
And I am bringing over Carol, Hillary, and Joel. So you all should be over here now. And looks like we got 7 or 8 minutes. So just enjoy the downtime and we'll get you on here shortly.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, Joel. Okay. Well, we might as well test all of your mics.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
I think people are used to this banter.
Sure.
Okay, and then I've got your PowerPoint, but would you all like to? Oh, would you all like to run it or?
Yeah, we'll go ahead and run it. But thanks for having the backup.
How do we do that, Hillary? Are you going to run it? Just one
yeah,
person
I'd
run
like
it?
to share my screen.
Great.
And,
yeah.
Go through it for you guys.
Beautiful.
Okay, cool. All right, folks, just so you know, we'll kick this off at 3:15. So you've got 3:15 Eastern time. I know we've got people all over the country. So feel free to jump up and get a refresh your beverage. Oh, there we go. Okay. And donate. And go to the exhibit hall to see our wonderful sponsors.
Steve, did you see my question in the chat?
Oh, okay. Let me look at this. Oh, I forgot about that. And I think you guys gave me, oh, did you email me the polling?
Yes.
Oh boy. Okay, let me go. For whatever reason, I'm going to go back and redo that polling. If
It
it's
might
not
be
you,
because I'm a panelist and not a host that I don't have a button for polling. Do
well,
you have a
no,
button
because
for
I
polling?
tried to launch the polling and it's, so hold on a second. Let me look up I set that up. How hard is it for you to resend me that?
It's not hard. I can send it right now.
Okay, yeah. Okay, great. It'll take 2 seconds.
Okay, great. Thanks.
All right, guys, folks, we got 4 minutes till our program will begin, so feel free to run around. You're not going to miss anything. Oh, okay. I found them. Hillary.
Okay.
Okay, I found
I
them.
sent you an updated one if it would be top of your mind.
You didn't change them, did you?
I did just add one. So if
Oh,
you can use
okay.
those
All
two
right. Let me
ones,
look
that'd
at the most updated ones. Okay. Sorry.
No problem.
Okay, got it here. Okay. Okay, and it looks like I've got till slide 8. So you guys can get started in a couple of minutes. I will guarantee you that they will be in here. Oh boy, yeah. Got a few polls. This is going to be an interactive discussion,
Yeah.
folks. Okay.
And do I need to be a host to be able to do the polls, or are you going to do them, or how do you want to do it?
Let me make you a co-host, but just I'm entering him in for you, and then I'm hoping once they're in, you should be able to be the one implementing them.
Perfect.
Okay.
Thank
But,
you. Sorry for the last minute nature.
Oh, no, I don't care. Quite honestly, sometimes I'm waiting for a problem to occur.
Keeping you on your toes.
Yeah.
That's why we pay you the big bucks, Steve. Come on.
And everyone else should too, to run their conferences.
We've already had our problem. We don't need any more.
Okay.
We're good. The end of the session.
Knock on wood, Barbara.
All right.
Okay. All right. I'm working away on this. I got the first question in, but so you now
Perfect. And I see the button for launch, so good to go.
Okay, so you'll be able to do it. But anyway, so I'll get these in, and if I have any problems, I'll either send you a text or let you know.
Okay.
All right, Barbara. I can't believe it. It's the last program of the day.
I know it.
And I will tell you, from my vantage point last year, big shoes to fill, because this program was blockbuster last year.
I know it. Well, we're excited. So it should have been Reimagining Village 2 and impact what we've learned. So I'm going to let Joel, Hillary, and Carol take it over. Look forward to everything you have to say. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Barbara. Thanks, Steve. And thanks to everyone. I just want to start and say, wow, what a great couple days we've been having together. What an amazing 3 days of content, of collaboration, of creativity, of shared experience after what has been quite a year, to say the least. My name is Joel Shapira, and I am very excited to be here today with my two colleagues, Carol Paquette and Hillary Simmons. And we're here to bring a close to this wonderful gathering that we've had together. And we want to be able to share with you some things about a particular initiative, but also inspire you to where we're going next, all of us together after this conference, through the end of this year and into next year. And so with that, I thought, let's just acknowledge what the wonderful content that started on Tuesday with Pazit and Evie and Marty, and talking about getting started in Village 101 and what they shared about social capital and building trust, and what we're doing to create healthier and more thriving communities. So it's really out of that spirit, Hillary, you can go to that next slide, that last year, several months into this global pandemic, a number of us were talking about what was happening with our villages and what could happen. And we were recognizing that in some ways, what was happening around us was creating an opportunity for what the villages have been doing for 20 years, connecting people, bringing people together, helping older adults thrive in their homes and communities. And what we recognized is we needed to be opportunistic, as Larry Toy was just talking about in the last segment. We had an opportunity to rise up and propel the village movement forward. And it was out of that spirit that we crafted this idea of reimagining villages. So I thought I would start today and just share with you what that thinking, where that started, why we were doing what we were doing, and then where we are now, and we'll transition over to Carol and Hillary as well. But the idea of reimagining, I didn't come up with it. This is a Disney concept, right? Some of you may have heard of it, the idea of Imagineering, of really unleashing creativity to think beyond what we are to what we could become. And that's the spirit when we talked about what had happened over the last 20 years of the village movement, what had been happening in communities, over 300 of them across our country, and beginning to jumpstart a conversation nationally about what we could become going forward. And so it was as we led into the gathering last October, and if you can all go back into the Wayback Machine of 12 months ago, you remember we were just a couple of weeks from the election. There was a lot of uncertainty around that, around the vaccine and the pandemic. We didn't know what was ahead of us, but it was in that spirit that the group came together to think about how we could collaborate across our country and what we could do to create a process and a methodology and a support system that would help us create many more villages, that would help villages get started better and faster and get to a more thriving place as an organization. That we would start a conversation that would allow us to talk about how to create a truly sustainable model that could play out at the local level, at the regional level, at the national level, and dare I say, even the international level. We looked at how we could reimagine the types of partnerships and collaborations that would help propel what we do today into many more communities and impact many more people. And part of what we had to do is we had to figure out how to reach and include more people. And so when we talk about impact and we talk about DEI, we're talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. And of course, when we're talking about intergenerational, we're looking at ways that we can bring people of all ages into what we were doing. And my challenge during the closing session last year is we needed to think differently. We needed to operate differently. We needed to collaborate differently, but with an eye of designing a plan and an execution where we'd have as many villages as there are Starbucks in our communities. And Hillary's challenged me to say, it's not just how many Starbucks, it's how many communities there are. And that's in the thousands, right? So how do we get to from where we are today with 300 plus villages to a scale of thousands where so many more of our communities and our fellow citizens could benefit from the impact of what we've been doing together? Hillary? So with this next slide, what I want to highlight, and there's a lot of text on there and it's not for you to read, but what I wanted to point out at this point is what we've been doing together the last 20 years suddenly became hot in the market of investment and capital. Aging in place, aging in community suddenly became a topic of spending and investing money. And so what I've demonstrated in this slide is a cherry-picked version of several organizations that have raised millions of dollars. Now, these are for-profit companies, let me be clear. But these are for-profit companies that have received millions of dollars in investment to serve older adults in their homes and communities. I point this out, and I'm fully expecting many of you might be sitting there saying, but Joel, what those companies are doing, they're different. They're not what we are. They're not what the villages are all about. And you would be right about that. That's true. The essence and the spirit of the village movement and of villages in general is grassroots. It's peer-to-peer. It's volunteerism. It's all the things that make our communities great and help us build communities. But I got to tell you something. The private markets are now entering into our space too. They've recognized the opportunity. And what I wanted to point out with this slide is every one of these companies is both competition, but also the potential for a partnership with what we do, but they know how to go get hundreds of millions of dollars. What I'm showing you here is roughly $700 million plus in investment just in the last 12 months. And this is just like a dozen companies. This is just a fraction of the money that is being focused on serving older adults in their homes, whether it's about services to the home or technology support or caregiving or bringing people together for lifelong learning. Those are all the things that the villages know how to do. But what we know how to do is the human part of all this. What many of these companies are focused on is the technology component, because technology scales. But guess what? Technology can't scale without the human element. And that's our unique opportunity with where we are and what we're building out right now. We are hyper local. We are feet on the street. We are passionate, committed, and caring community members. And we can help these companies be successful, and they can help us be successful. Hillary, next slide. So here's why I put this out here. When you talk about these investment companies, they all want to be considered unicorns. Many of you may have heard that phrase. That's when a company is valued at over $1 billion or more. Doesn't mean they're producing $1 billion of impact. It means they're valued by the private markets. And what I wanted to highlight in this slide is because all of this investment has happened, because all these companies are coming into where we've been playing, we have an opportunity to be a unicorn in our own right. And if we do nothing, if we do not reimagine what we do, how we do it, how we collaborate, we run the risk of being the boiled frog who doesn't know their outcome until it's too late. And that's been my concern, and not just mine, is if we don't adapt, if we don't adjust, we run the risk of being passed by. And that is the spirit of why we launched this Reimagining Villages initiative, and why I believe our opportunity is so great right now. Hillary? So 2021 really became about jumpstarting conversations, and many of you participated in some Zoom calls that we had in the early part of the year, and we began talking about what was possible. What else could we be? How else could we serve? What data did we need? What kinds of partners? And it was so inspiring to see how many people came out to talk about not just what they were doing in their village, but how they could be part of collective action. And what I saw over the last 12 months is people looking out to say, what else could we do that helps propel the movement forward? And in so doing, that will help our individual village, our region, our state be successful. So the big thing that became the focus of the board was starting those conversations with other organizations. And Carol and Barbara have done a wonderful job of getting us out and a seat at the table, and not just a seat in the corner of the table, right there in the middle. And that's so much a part of what we're all trying to do in thinking about not just what we have been and what we are now, but how else we can be into the future. So becoming sought after partners is a big part of that. And to do that, as Carol will highlight shortly, you need great data. You need collective data. You need data that shows impact and results. And so the big thing of 2021 has been jumpstarting that process of collecting, organizing, and making the impact of the village much more quantifiable, much more relatable, so that we can share our narrative with those people who should be working with us. The other part, which I'll elaborate on, is how can we help bring fuel to the engine of both individual villages and regional collaborations. And that's a big part of what we need to continue to innovate around. How else can we secure funding? Who else can help us? How can we leverage the private market? How can we leverage state and local government? How else can we leverage foundations? It's not an either or, it's a both and. But the main goal of all this is to give us an invigoration into this new society, this new normal that is coming out of the pandemic. We are not going back, as many of you have realized, we are not going back to the past. We are in a new era. And I was thinking about it, if I would have gone to you 2 years ago in October of 2019 and said, in the next 6 months, you're going to take all your village activities and you're going to basically transfer them to some technology platform called Zoom, most of you probably would have thought I and anybody else proposing that was crazy. But you all did that. You did that because you had to. You had to adapt, and that is part of the spirit and power of what makes the village movement so exciting. That's the same kind of spirit of creativity and ingenuity that we have to amplify. We have to find new partners. We have to find new ways of planting seeds and growing new villages. I see someone put something in the chat about CCRCs. One of my personal beliefs is that every senior living organization right now in the country should be working with us to help jumpstart a village in their community. We are all in the business of supporting older adults, whether they live within 4 walls or whether they live outside in the community. All our faith-based organizations should be working with us. All our Rotary clubs and Union League clubs, and there's lots of different partners and lots of different opportunities. And that's part of what we need to set in motion as we go beyond. So with that in mind, the conversations that we had over the last year led to the creation, as we listened to people talking about what they needed and what they were looking for, the creation of 3 working groups. And what we categorized is that there were 3 main areas that we needed to focus on, and there's probably others, but what we could focus on right now was the data component, which Carol has been leading, and as you heard in the session with Judy and Manuel and Scott, there's so much excitement and so much opportunity with what is going there. And then we needed also, because both the spirit of the villages is also in some ways its Achilles heel. We all do what is right for our village, and that's a great thing. But there are so many things that we could be doing where we could learn from one another and share best practices. So Hillary has been leading up an operational best practices group that she'll talk about here shortly, and then she'll turn it back to me, and I'll talk about the idea of reimagining the kinds of strategic partnerships we do. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Carol to talk about where we are with the Data and Village Impact Initiative. Carol?
Thanks, Joel. Well, I'd have to say that the last 3 days have certainly shown to me that there's been a heck of a lot of reimagining going on in the village community, and it's been wonderful to hear about it. And I think it's been, the COVID epidemic has certainly been an opportunity for us to show what we're really capable of as villages. Well, I've always been the pragmatic type, and dreaming is great, and I'm all in favor of that. But I see my job as providing the foundation that helps the dreamers realize what they want to do. And in our case, one of the very important foundations is, as we've been hearing over these last 3 days and longer, is we need more data. We have villages like Capitol Hill and some of the villages in Columbus and elsewhere that have been working on some of these issues. And the network, looked at this and said, we really need to have a program to pull all these activities together, identify where the holes are, figure out how to fill the holes, and have a comprehensive program. so that we can really establish a baseline to communicate to everyone, funders, our own membership, the neighborhoods, the value and the impact of villages and the importance of what we do. And also, as the role of Village and Network, to establish a data repository to collect all this data and have it available to the community, to researchers, to whoever needs that data. So we're really at the very beginning of this. We're looking at this in two streams. This first chart here, we're talking about descriptive data. Descriptive data is just the basic, who are we, where are we, how many villages, how many members, just sort of that basic describing the village movement and what we do. We started this year by collecting the village annual reports to see what kind of data was available there. We discovered that many villages don't have annual reports, and also the annual reports are quite varied in terms of their content. So we will be putting those reports, I think we ended up with about 37 or 38. We'll be putting those in the data, the documents library in a few days. We need to give Travis an opportunity to recover from the gathering. But we'll have those available, and we'll announce to you when those reports are available. They're very fascinating reading, and I think you'll learn a lot about what your fellow and sister villages are doing. So having done that, we said, okay, we really need to define what are the data that we need to describe villages. Now, what we're talking about is village characteristics. This is very different from what, but related to what Judy Berman and Scott and Manuel were talking about earlier today. They are talking about services and describing services. What we're looking at right now is, as I said, just sort of the basic descriptions of village characteristics. So while the work on the taxonomy was going on, our data working group came up with a list of data elements. And we completed that work in August, and we think we will be talking to Run My Village and Helpful Village this month, now that we have that data together, to talk to them about doing aggregated reports. Now, you heard about aggregated reports earlier today. That is aggregated reports relative to services. We have services in our data elements, but we didn't go into a lot of definition of services because we knew that work was being covered, and we'll use the service definitions that the Capitol Hill group has developed. But we do want to run some test cases just to see if we can get good data. We estimate, and I have to emphasize, we estimate that we serve about 40,000 people. It would be wonderful to know how many people we really serve. I think it's probably a lot more than that. And so just having a very basic number like that is very helpful. So that's a thread that we're going along, in relation to the work that Judy and others are doing on more of the substance of what villages do. Next slide, please. The other thing that we want to look at, and it came up earlier in the discussions, is outcome data. Outputs are great, and that's a starting point, but we really need to look at, so what are all these things that we're doing? What's the effect having on our members, on our volunteers, on the communities where villages are located? This is a pretty tough thing to get to, but we're trying to identify what are the elements that we need to define in order to get to this point. So the first box here, of course, is we need to have a common data taxonomy. We need to talk about, we need to use a common language when we talk about what we're doing. And, you know, as you've heard, that work is moving along very nicely. The other thing that we need is a village logic model. And again, our hats off to Capitol Hill Village. They made a start at a village logic model a year or so ago, and decided that, you know, they really needed to put their focus on the taxonomy. So the data working group is now picking up on the village logic model, and we have a couple of people who have volunteered to take the work that Capitol Hill has started and to build that out and expand it. And, you know, I would hope that maybe by January of next year, we would have a draft that, you know, we would like to circulate outside of the working group to get people's views of what that looks like. And then we're also looking at all the various tools and methodologies that are out there that give outcome measures. I think one that many of you are familiar with is there are a couple of tools to measure isolation that, you know, they're evidence-based, they've been standardized, they've been proved out. So we're looking at what are the tools that are out there that other organizations are using that have science and evidence base behind them, and are there tools there that we might be able to implement in our villages. So that's that's a TBD 22. I think that what that TBD references is that, you know, we'll have a list, we'll have an inventory of these things to start considering. But you know, this project that we've embarked on, I think it'll be 2023 before we really get all this stuff pulled together. And that will require a lot of support from you know, the people who are working in these various working groups, and from, you know, all the villages. We really welcome your input. We're going to be asking you for your input as we move through this work. And you know, we hope that we're putting together a project that will benefit everyone in the community. And I'll now turn it, I guess it goes to Hillary now.
Thank you so much. And speaking of asking for your input, we're going to keep you guys on your toes a little bit today and go through some polls throughout the presentation. So some of these are just for our internal understanding for the task force to see who's interested in joining us in the future in this work. And some of it will also share out to the group in real time to learn more about what we're thinking as we propose some new ideas here. So I see people already chiming in, and I'm really excited about that. Thank you. And I'm going to move along to talk about, if it'll let me while I, oops. Yep, okay. It'll let me while I'm polling. So my breakout group and some of the conversations before we started breaking out were about operational best practices and hopefully moving towards operational excellence, as I like to think about it. One of the first conversations we had in this group as we figured out what we were doing and did some dreaming and brainstorming together was to dive into social isolation and villages' impact there, which of course goes right along with the important work that Carol has been doing in her group to, you know, qualify and quantify that impact. But social isolation has been such an important thing that we do as villages. It's also more popular in funding right now. It's also one of the social determinants of health, and there are funding opportunities there. So, you know, we spent some time looking at social isolation and got a lot of great feedback from the group call where folks were sharing unique programming that villages were doing that addresses isolation. Like the Meal Mavens, I loved learning about that, and you know, some of these unique things we only learn about here once a year at this gathering. So one thing we'll talk about as we move along in this presentation is creating peer networks, and I think this could be an opportunity to share some of those unique programs and see how other villages are impacting isolation and how we can learn from one another. And it might be a broken record, but I just keep talking about, you know, lessons learned and learning and collaborating with one another. And I think that's the name of the game here and an important way forward. So I did want to just share about that conversation. My smaller group only met once or twice, just given time constraints. But one thing I did share in some of our meetings was some of a Little Help's background. And I don't share this to toot my own horn, although Larry just told us that that's okay. But I hope it can be an example for your village to grow. I don't know if you know this, but we started out as a volunteer village as well. But in 2020, we raised over $1 million and nearly doubled in size in members and in volunteers. So kind of across the board and in funding and members and volunteers, we grew over 40% last year during a pandemic. So I'm hoping sharing some of our operational best practices helps get your wheels turning as well. And I know, what we've done isn't the be all end all and doesn't work for all villages, but maybe it can inspire you to take the leap that we did. And how did we get from a volunteer run village to where we are today? We hired, our board decided that they wanted to grow and that we had a model that could go beyond the 3 neighborhoods we served. So they hired a dynamic fundraiser for our first full-time executive director. The board decided to take that leap of faith. They didn't have the money in the bank to pay the full salary of Paul, who was our executive director, who they brought on. They said, we've got a couple months in the bank, go raise it. And he did. And those are hard to find people, but it's worth it when you can, if you decide to commit to growing and helping this movement and your own village become more impactful. I think this is where it lies. So some things we've learned to get to where we are and to serve now in 3 locations across the state of Colorado, having also incubated 2 others. Inclusivity is an important piece of the game, and we talk about that in DEI work, but it's an umbrella for a lot of different things. And being intentionally inclusive helps bring along some of that DEI work, honestly. Being intergenerational, if you aren't already, I know a lot of folks here are, but bringing the whole community into this work has been so valuable and helped us during the pandemic. A lot of folks, if you had younger older adults serving older adults, it was difficult to find volunteers to go to the grocery store because everybody was worried. But because we have been more intergenerational, we had younger folks who said, I'm willing to take the risk and be in the grocery store longer to help older adults access the community, get fresh food, pick up their medications, get toilet paper and paper towels. We had people running around in multiple stores to stock up our older adults. A big shift we made several years ago, and this also came through a board decision, so important to be working staff and board hand in hand, is to become pay what you can. So we have no set dues. And I've started calling them member contributions rather than dues or fees as well. But it is truly pay what you can. And we do have folks who don't pay anything. And that was a must for Older Americans Act funding. It's in the law that you can't deny services for lack of payment. So if that's an avenue you want to go down to work with your local area agencies on aging or whoever is sharing the Older Americans Act funding in your area, you're going to need to have a solution for that. And pay what you can has been a really important piece of our pie or of our puzzle, and only represents 5% of our annual budget, which I know Joel will talk about a little bit later as well. Again, data is part of the name of this game. You got to track and you got to share it with everybody. First, you got to track it, and hopefully we can get into the taxonomy to be able to use that in a collective way. And diversifying funding, sustainability has come up again and again, and we'll talk more about this, but the more you're able to diversify funding streams, which some of these, inclusivity pieces have been important to that, and strategic partnerships, the more you'll be able to grow and impact. And I know it's chicken or the egg here, so you need the capacity to diversify the funding, but you need the funding to have the capacity to diversify the funding. So it's not lost on me that can be difficult to jumpstart this, but again, I think there's a leap of faith involved. We also worked with a Stanford intern who came to the network and wanted to help and lend her skills to the network. And she worked with us full summer for 3 months, maybe doing a profile of our practices. And that's something that's in editing right now, but I'm planning to share with the larger network as well. So, hopefully that can be something that's helpful. Again, I know I don't have all the answers, but maybe this is planting the right seed. So the other importance, I think we get really stuck in our own operations as a village. Something that came up again and again in our reimagining meetings and was validated by our recent survey responses were folks who wanted to share or wanted the sharing of best practices and successes, wanting opportunities to learn from village leaders who have tried innovative ways to reach younger, recent retirees, and diverse populations. When we're in silos, there's such a duplication of effort and inefficiencies that are happening, but it's so much easier said than done. On a daily basis, we're putting out fires. Somebody used the word calamity in one of our calls, which I thought that was perfect. We get stuck in our calamities and in our operations, and that it makes it harder to rise to something bigger. But I'm hoping that we can put some time aside wherever we can find that time to collaborate more and talk about these things so that we are unsiloing this work. We want to get above these just daily operational fires. And again, I know easier said than done. Another thing that kept coming up was cross-training, cross-communication, that mutual learning among villages. And we've got some exciting programming that I think will address some of this. And to Joel's point earlier in the presentation, we need to think differently about communications, about funding, about many things, but some cool things that came up during our conversations were creating this kind of shared language and collective storytelling. That was a quote, collective storytelling. I really liked that. At villages, our community caregivers, there's a lot of caregiver dollars out there, and hopefully more as these infrastructure plans continue. But village is also framed as a vital part of the continuum of care for older adults, so that we are being talked about in the same breath as hospice, as independent and assisted living. We're part of that continuum of care, and we're on the proactive end of it, the preventative end of it. And an ounce of prevention, right? That's an important thing to think about. So I really just want to get us all together doing this work together. And I think there are some, we've been listening a lot, and I think there are some really important ways that we can work together into the future in this work to have more of that cross collaboration and to not operate in these silos and reinvent the wheel every time we do something new, so that we're sharing and learning together. And of course, part of that learning is through strategic partnerships, which I think represents a huge opportunity. And I use opportunity as just, the sheer numbers Joel was talking about, but also an opportunity because it's something we're not doing very well yet. And I know I'm painting a broad stroke there, but that's something a little help needs to work on as well. So with that, I'll send it to Joel, and I'll send you another poll as he goes.
Thanks, Hillary. And the conversation around the language is so very important. And one thing we've seen over the last year is phrasing around a layer of social care, a social care infrastructure. In fact, we even have a bill in front of Congress now that talks about infrastructure, not in terms of bridges and tangible things in our communities, but those intangible, but very much real care infrastructure that help people live better. And that's kind of the spirit as we've been talking about different kinds of strategic partnerships. I've been involved in villages for about a decade, and both at a local level in Evanston, Illinois, and then as part of the national board for 6 years. Oftentimes the partnerships were talked about as opportunities to get essentially promote other organizations. And in fact, a large part of the excellent presentation that Katie and Jan did yesterday talked about how we can do that better, how we can help partners reach the people that we're already engaging with. And we need to do that. We need to get creative around that. But the other thing that we're looking at is what other types of partnerships are possible. And we want to look at partnerships in a new light with people that we have not partnered with before, and in a way that is about collaboration in a different way than just promotion. So a lot of the calls that we've been having as a group of us are meeting regularly over this year is to talk about how can we find different language, use different data, approach organizations in a different way. And that's going to be a big part of the work we do as we go forward, because as Hillary pointed out, today, so many of our villages are dependent, rightfully so, from getting started to ongoing sustainability on membership dues. And then they complement that with grant money, with proposals. We're looking for other ways to find new money in addition to that. So it's not either or, it's that both and again. And we want to find ways that we can bring more fuel into our local, regional, and national levels. And what do I mean by that? It's a different kind of collaboration that will help us scale, that will help us reach different parts of the community. And what we've been doing thus far as a group is starting those experiments. We have a number of pilot programs that we've started in some communities across the country, and we're learning from that process. And we're going to accelerate and amplify those programs that we're learning for as we go into next year. But these are going to be different kinds of work. And so in this next slide, I took from the thinking that comes out of the Stanford School for Social Innovation. And next slide, there it is. And what we're looking at is when the partnership is about the pursuit of shared outcomes. That's essentially when two or more organizations come together and they co-invest. They work for a better future where there's specific results, and there's some very different things about those types of collaborations. First of all, they tend to be multi-year. One of the big challenges that so many villages face when you're just trying to find that sponsorship dollars and that next grant is it's year to year. And then you get into that next year and you got to do it all over again. And it is a very tough haul. So one of the things we're looking for is the type of collaborations that could be multi-year. These are also when both organizations have some shared risk. They also have shared upside. You don't get the upside without the risk. And then the third component of it is when you're very clear, both upfront and then throughout the process of what you're doing together. What are the results? What does success look like? And how can you demonstrate that? And there are many examples today of individual villages doing these types of collaborations. We need collectively to find ways to do that across villages and at a different scale. Hillary? So in this next slide, what you're going to see is a group of organizations. And I put these out here with this caveat. None of these organizations are in established strategic partnerships with any one village or the network today. So I want to be clear on that. But all of them have come to the table to say, we have problems that we're trying to solve, And we think we could achieve that better working with you at a different scale. And so there's some very exciting conversations and action steps that are moving forward right now, and we hope to amplify as we get into later parts of this year into this next year. I wanted to just highlight a couple of the organizations I list here, and I'm happy to talk with anyone offline about these conversations, but it stems from technology to lifelong learning, to behavior change, to addressing social isolation, to the issues of caregiving and creating cooperatives and financial thriving. These are all areas, and this is just a subset. There are many other organizations where we can be working to help them further their goals, and they can be helping for us to be furthering our goals as well. We had Intuition Robotics be a sponsor to this event. They have a very exciting program with their technology, and they are looking to offer a way for us to work with them free of charge right now. So I would encourage everybody to reach out and be a part and help support those organizations that are making possible this type of collaboration, this type of gathering. We have the Call Hub, which is part of a social isolation initiative that came out of the Motion Picture and Television Fund in California, and is working with a group in Florida to help jumpstart a call program. We have lots of other things that we can be doing, and we've just scratched the surface. We're in mile 1 of this process, and we already have examples. I see Wendy Zenker on the chat, and her organization has already received one of the Community Care Corps grants and that is housed through OASIS. That was a program for OASIS and the Administration for Community Living. So we have wonderful things that we can learn from and build upon. And that's what we're going to be doing as we go forward as part of this reimagining. We need practical action. We need action, not just conversation. We also need a bit of dreaming and a bit of exploration. And that's part of where we're going to be going as we go forward. Hillary, do you want to talk a little bit more about the near term?
Absolutely. Thank you so much. So we've talked a lot about kind of where this reimagining villages came from and what we've been up to over the past year. But this is all leading towards what can we do now? What's next? We heard in meetings and in the surveys, again, validation that folks do want more peer connection, whether it's regional forums, demographically similar networking groups, or deeper mentorship. These are, pulled directly from our conversations and from the survey of things that we're looking for. And we've kind of put these into 2 categories, what we can do now with maybe a lighter lift, and what we can do next that's going to take some more time and tinkering. Peer networks. I'm really excited about this idea to get people together on a more regular basis in meaningful breakouts of groups to talk amongst themselves and have a space to share successes, to brainstorm challenges together, and just collaborate more. We keep talking about collaboration, but how and when are we doing that? This will be one of those spaces. V2VN, we hope will host these Zoom sessions at this point and be standing meetings, which I'll do some polling in a moment to see how often you would want this to be, if you'd even want this to be. But we could break these out by role. So for executive directors to meet, for board members to meet, for volunteer leaders or program directors, or there are ways to break these down by roles, by type of model. If you're a standalone village or a hub and spoke, or one of the many different types of models that we employ and call villages. Years of operation might be another meaningful way to break out. So, have you been around a couple years? Have you been around over 5 years? So that we are talking among our peers and have that sounding board space. And then size, I think, is another consideration as far as meaningful breakouts. And we'd also, as we beef up the mentor program, which we'll talk about, have specific groups for mentors to share among themselves, some common questions that are coming out, and for mentees to work together as well. So really having those direct contacts to people in your peer group. And I'll ask some questions about that in just a moment. Another thing that resonated with us as we took in what we heard and thought, where should we go next, is to create some advisory groups. And we can make a better name for this, but basically getting together folks who have an expertise in a different subject and talking about different subjects and making videos of those, cataloging those into Village to Village Network's library, and then using those in the mentor program or just, you know, ad hoc for people to check out, to think about some recurring challenges that we have as villages, like sustainability, like building partnerships, like collecting meaningful data, and for launching villages as well. And so this would, in my mind, co-occur with an update of the document library and helping us get to the next level of, you know, if I started a village today, you know, what lessons learned would I want to incorporate from 20 years of knowledge of this collective group, rather than kind of starting from scratch and going through some of the tribulations we've all gone through to get to this point. And the third piece of this, this kind of collaborative program would be beefing up the mentor program. Carol has done an amazing job of getting mentors and mentees together, but we want to get a little more structure around that and commitment. Carol, do you want to talk a little bit about the mentor program here? And I'll throw some polls out.
Okay, thanks, Hillary. Well, I wouldn't say it's been a really amazing job, but I have been keeping the activity going of getting mentors and mentees combined. We really would like to, as Hillary said, put a little more structure around this. We need some more mentors, for one thing, and we would encourage you to contact the network if you're interested in becoming a mentor, and we'll get in touch with you. But we want to have more commonality of practice. The way the individual mentor program works now is I match a requesting group with a person that sounds like they more or less meet what that group is looking for with a mentor. And then it's just over to them. We don't have a standard process. We don't have a checklist. And we also don't get any feedback. So it's a very open-ended process right now. We've had mixed responses. A lot of people have, benefited a lot. I've also heard from a few people that said, well, it didn't really work well for them. So it's, getting villages launched and working with established villages is a key job for the network to perform. So we really need to put more resources to this and make it a much more effective program than it is right now. And, we have the knowledge, as Hillary was saying, we are our own brain trust. We know what we've done and what has worked and what hasn't worked. It's a matter of pulling that together in a way that's easily accessible and that people can relate to it and use it in their own circumstances.
Great, thank you for sharing, Carol. So one thing I want to also talk about is, these are some things we can get going right away, and we really want participation in, and we're getting great information from these polls. So I really do appreciate you interacting with us there. But this misses some of the big important things that we have heard and we talk about as villages. So I think the next steps, the future, is really important to look at as well. Visibility by far is one of the big things, and actually each of these three things are big ongoing things that we need to address as individual villages and as a network. National visibility and branding, wanting people to know what we are, what we do, how they could help start one, how important what we do is. And again, that brings in data and collective storytelling, but and to get a more secure seat at the table, we need to get out there. And part of that's at the local level, each village getting visibility where they are and in adjacent areas. But it's also a national concern and something that we want to work on. And we get back to, on this whole slide, the chicken or the egg piece, there needs to be capacity to do this. And as we talked about at the board session yesterday, we've got 2.2 full-time staff people. So, we need to get to the next level, and now is the time. So with visibility also comes advocacy, and these could go together or be highlighted on their own. But understanding from federal, state, and local bodies of government, area agencies on aging, ACL, things like that, for them to know what a village is, to recognize that, and then to support that. So a lot of it is educational, honestly, to help people know who we are and what we do. And as we've talked about through different sessions, COVID has had a silver lining of really proving the model. I don't have to go to our area agency on aging anymore and say, you should fund us because we do XYZ. They saw that. We saw the importance of neighbors helping neighbors because of the pandemic. And we need to strike while the iron is hot to continue that recognition. And rather than needing to explain ourselves, now we just need to show ourselves and educate folks on what we do. And of course, the other piece of this that we hear again and again is sustainability. I think operational excellence, I think data, and I think strategic partnerships all come into sustainability. But what can we look at on a national level as far as sustainability? Are there ways the network can make national partnerships with then local support? Can the village eventually get a big pot of money and be a grant maker to our villages? So these are the bigger ideas that I hope we can work towards in the future and build into as a network and as a movement and as this community of villages, which I'm just really excited about where we can go. And I'm going to send it back to Joel to talk more about what we should do next now that we're here. And I'm going to pull you some more.
Thanks, Hillary. Well, let's bring this thing home. It's been a wonderful 3 days, but I think it's time for us to go on to the other parts of our lives. And with that, I think we should just acknowledge the spirit of what started at Beacon Hill 20 years ago was essentially an experiment, right? It was people coming together and saying, we don't like the status quo, and we're not going to wait for other people to do it for us. We're going to build it together. And it's that same spirit that has been the foundation of many other villages and this broader village movement. And it's that same spirit, that spirit of exploration and adventure that I think we need to capture and recapture and find new ways to express. This is an adventure. I'm thinking back to historically of Columbus, who set sail for India and found himself in America. Right? There's no roadmap for where we're going, unfortunately. And fortunately, the opportunity is there for us to create it and to create it together. And so what we're trying to do together is collectively come together and support one another as we're doing over the last 3 days and as we will continue to do as we go forward. I saw the chat in the chat between Judy and Evie talking about we're all aging. Well, let's say we're all evolving, and so is the village network, right? So are we all individually, so are our organizations. And I think we have the potential then to go adapt. And part of what we're gonna go do is find ways to language that to ourselves and to all the other people that need to hear it and need to come to the table and meet us where we are. So what we're asking from you is keep participating, keep showing up, just like you are today, whether you're here with us live or watching us, the recorded version. We need you. We all need one another. Our society needs what we're doing, and we have an opportunity to really shape how our communities are growing. So what does that mean? What is the specifics? Well, we need more people to step up and contribute in ways that they haven't before at the national level. We will keep giving you new ways to do that, and we need you to meet us where we are, because we're all volunteers too in this collective effort. We need you to help one another, as you are already doing. But the only way we're going to go from the 300 villages we have today to tripling our number, and then tripling that number again, and then maybe tripling it again after that, is if we are helping new villages get started. We all have a responsibility to that in the local levels where you already are doing so and live, as well as in the places where there are no villages. There are a lot more communities today that have no village presence, and that is all opportunity for us. So with that, it's almost 4:15 Eastern time. The last slide, what we'll just leave you with is we are going to come back together about a month from now, and we're going to do another group call, and we're going to set up an agenda, and we're going to be a lot more specific about the things that we're going to be carrying out and what we're going to be asking from you. So I would encourage all of you to reach out to Hillary, Carol, Barbara, me, Travis, anybody else, and put your name out there, step up and continue to show up, and we will take this adventure forward. So we want to just thank you. With that, I think I will turn it back to Steve and Barbara and just say how proud I am to be a part of what we have all built and what we are continuing to build. Thank you so much, everybody.
Before you all go.
Yeah, I was going to say, we have a couple questions that were needing to be answered. We're okay with time, but in the interest of everybody ducking out, which we don't want that to happen. Carol, you wanted to address a couple of questions, and there's a couple in the chat also.
Yes, I specifically, Jan Buchanan asked that she'd like to know more specifically where V2V falls in representing us on the national platforms. From this slide, I don't know which slide, but I just wanted to say that we all heard the charge from Bob Blancato yesterday about some advocacy that is needed in the very near term relative to maintaining telehealth as a permanent part of services to older adults, encouraging the retention of the plus up of the Older Americans Act funds in the Build Back Better plan. And he had a couple of other points that are in my notes, but I'm not remembering right now. But my point is the network board is meeting next week, and I'm putting this topic of advocacy on the board agenda to discuss these opportunities that Bob has pointed out to us and how we might move forward. We will be reaching out to you, as we did in the past when we responded to that request for comment, a few months ago, to coordinate with you and be working through the regional groups and through the probably e-blast. So please stay tuned. I think we'll have some news for you in terms of what we plan to do by way of advocacy in the near term, and how that we can work together to do that. Thanks.
Perfect. There was one other question that I wanted, and I do think it's in there, but someone asked if there is a sample logic model in our document library, and I don't believe there is, but
I did look, Barbara, there is.
Oh, there is.
There.
Okay.
Travis, the logic model that's in our library is for the network. It is not for a village.
So that's in the drive.
There's one from Capitol Hill Village in there from 2018.
Yeah.
Okay, well, that's the original one from Capitol Hill. Yes, that I was not aware that was in the library, but yeah.
In the document library. Well, terrific. Well, this has been a very interesting and active session, and we thank you, all three of you, for a year's work of time. I mean, seriously, and ongoing. So thank you for your dedication and your hard work. And we're excited for the next steps. So
So are we. Thank you so much. And we hope you'll all come on this adventure with us together and take a leap of faith and start growing your villages with us. Thank you all. Really appreciate it.
And I'm going to end with just obviously donating to the network is always a good idea, but I want to take time to thank our team, our V2V team, Steve and Travis. Great job. Thank you so much. I want to thank all our members and friends, supporters, and sponsors. The exhibitor hall will remain open through till tomorrow, so please go visit that. You have the link. We couldn't have done this without you, so what a great successful conference with all your support. We'll be working on publishing, and I know there's a lot of chatter that we'll be publishing all the presentations, videos, speaker notes in the next week or so. Give us a little bit of time. It's a lot of work to download and decipher, edit, and I have to say Travis is going on vacation. Well deserved next week, so don't inundate me, please. Okay, save the date. Thank you, by the way, our sponsors. It's coming up. Next year is our 20th anniversary, and we're going to be celebrating Beacon Hill's 20th anniversary. You'll be hearing from us about contacting your member of Congress to support National Village Day. Eddie Rivas and I are putting together a letter, so you'll hear from us, but we'll have some exciting events throughout next year. And stay tuned. We hope that we get together next year instead of being virtual. We'll see as the pandemic evolves. But we appreciate all your participation and hope that in 2020 we'll be together again. Thank you so much. And I hope you all have a great weekend.
All right, folks.